20 பேர் தான் இருக்காங்கன்னு பார்த்தேன்.
Anand sir, you can proceed. Anand sir. Sir, it is live. It is live. It is live.
Yeah. We can carry on, sir. We can start.
A very pleasant morning to one and all. Annai College of Arts and Science, established on the year 2000 and rendered an educational service to all the rural and economically poor and downtrodden students in and around Tanjore district. It provides quality education to the students to face the competitive world. The Department of English was established in the year 2006 with a strength of just 36 students, and the strength has gradually increased. Now, within 15 years, the Department of English is shining as the PG department. I would like to welcome the head of the Department of English, Dr. P. Anandan, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you for the International E-Conference on Culture and Value to English Literature. Really, it is a happy moment to welcome you all. Especially I welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Rafael from Jason University, Saudi Arabia, the eminent scholar of English language and literature. I welcome you, sir. Next, I extend my warm welcome to our principal and my vice principal and my colleagues and all other participants from other colleges. And also I welcome my KK Forum team member. I especially welcome our Dr.KK. And also I welcome resource person, Dr.KK. And also I welcome
What happened, sir? Okay. Shall I proceed? Anand, sir. Anand, sir.
Ma'am, we can listen you.
Anand, there is some break on your voice.
Oh, ma'am, tower problem, I think.
Okay, okay. Shall I proceed, sir?
Participants are, please mute your voice. There is a unwanted noise are there. Please mute your voice.
Anand, shall I proceed? The host is often muting me.
Ma'am?
Shall I proceed?
Yeah, ma'am, you can proceed.
Okay, fine.
Okay, ma'am.
Respected chairman, departments, and dear faculties, students, to welcome you all for the International English Literature. So this is the first international conference organized by Department of English in this pandemic year. I also extend my warm welcome of today's guest, Mr. Evangeline, the English Academy of Language Athens, Greece. Warm welcome, sir. Warm welcome, ma'am. I extend my heartiest welcome to Dr. Brito Rafael, Jasna University of Saudi Arabia. A warm welcome, sir. My special regards to today's resource person, Dr. B. Ajanta, Assistant Professor of English, CS Ramaswamy Naidu Memorial College, and my warm regards and special to KK Forum, who has been jointly organizing with Annai College of Arts and Science of organizing this international e-conference. So it may create our motive and inducement to our students to present paper to still more to develop their knowledge skills. My happiest wishes to Dr. Anand, Head Department of English of our Annai College of Arts and Science, and the Faculty of English Department for their support of organizing this conference on this pandemic situation. My special greetings to all my dears. To make over a good beginning will always lead to a good ending. So thank you one and all for organizing this international conference and wishes to end over. At different stage. So thank you, Pa. Thank you to organizing this, jointly organizing with our Annai group of institution. So thank you, sir. You can proceed on, Dr. Anand, sir.
Tahira, ma'am.
Tahira, ma'am. Tahira,
I
ma'am, has been
invite
muted.
Professor Tahira.
Illa. He has been muted. So ask the host, Dr. KK Forum to unmute.
Okay, ma'am. Wait a minute, ma'am.
KK Forum has been muted.
Sir, Kavi, sir, is there?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, fine. You can proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed on Tahira, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Esia Brito Rafael from Jasan University, Saudi Arabia, has participated as a resource person in the panel discussion and presented a talk titled Reverence of Traditional Tools to Emerging Trends in English Language Teaching. He has participated in a 3-day international conference titled Paradigm Shifts in Teaching Literature, Language, and Culture, organized by Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities. He has given more than 8 special lectures in webinars and workshops. He has been an active participant in more than 25 webinars at various colleges and universities. He has 15 years of experience as a professor, language trainer, special trainer for TOEFL and other competitive examinations, and co-head of Quality Assurance Unit. He has edited a book titled Gender Studies, Voice from the Unheard. At present, he is working as an English language instructor at Jasan University, Saudi Arabia. We welcome you, sir, to continue the session.
Hi everyone, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can see the screen as well, right? The PowerPoint presentation, are you able to see?
Sir, we can, yeah, sir. Slide in there, sir.
Right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay. Let me start. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Yes. Yes. Good morning, everyone. So, I'm very happy to be with you this morning to present the keynote address in the one-day International E-Conference on Culture and Values through Literature, organized by the Department of English, Annai College of Arts and Science, Kumbakonam, in association with DrKK Forums. And I thank Dr. Anandan for this opportunity to address you all in this conference. So I would like to focus my keynote address on the topic socio-cultural influences and values in literature. So since the conference is on culture and values through literature, I thought that it would be apt if we try to look at various socio-cultural influences that in fact affect literature or influence literature on varied ways, and also the values that are affecting how literature gets produced. Now, I would like to actually basically focus on two aspects during this talk. One is how people who study culture, what we call as cultural anthropologists, how do they view literature? What is their perspective of literature? And in the second part of my talk, I would focus on some of the contemporary trends that have emerged in literature and how the modern culture has affected or produced different new forms of literature. So that would be the focus of my talk this morning. So the order of discussion would be that at first I would try to put ourselves in perspective of this particular keynote address. And then I would move on to reflection theory from the point of view of socio-culturalists or the cultural anthropologists, and how they look at this reflection theory and how it is different from how we literature researchers or literature enthusiasts look at this same reflection standpoint. And I will move on to how cultural anthropologists have a view on literature and how it actually affects their thinking. So I would be focusing on that. And then we would move on to certain contemporary socio-cultural literary perspectives and how they have given rise to new forms of literature in the modern world. And finally, we will end this address with some concluding remarks. Now, if you look at this aspect of literature and society having a strong connection, or how society gets reflected in literature, if you look at that, if you want to see when it all first started, you would be going back to what Plato wrote. If you have heard about this book, The Republic, it is good. It's a very, very good book. And we as literature students, okay, we need to read that book, because fundamentally that is the first book that actually recorded how literature and society or the culture are connected. In that particular book, he talks about different nation states, compares the different nation states, that means the different countries and their culture, and tries to bring in what are similar and different and how they can improve and all that. That is one aspect of that. So he's trying to do that in this particular book. In fact, the book itself is a kind of a record of different cultures and societies. And secondly, what he does is, he being an idealist, he says that there is an ideal society ruled by a philosopher king, and based on that particular ideal society, we have different societies and cultures that exist on this earth. So that is a very, very ideal kind of presentation that he makes. So fundamentally, this book refers to how society is a reflection of an ideal society or an ideal culture, and the book itself is a record of different cultures and societies. So this basically is the first book that talks about this relationship between literature, culture, and society. And if you look at how cultural anthropologists at the present time, they started showing an interest on how literature functions, they come up with an idea saying that literature is not just a mirror that reflects. It is not just a mirror that reflects. It is actually a window that opens up different possibilities that exist around the world, on giving us ideas of different societies, cultures, and values. So literature is fundamentally both a mirror that reflects, and very importantly, it is a window that opens up different wide possibilities that exist around different cultures and different societies. So that is how they look at literature, and that would be the focus of my address today as well. So coming to how cultural anthropologists define this reflection theory, we need to understand how they have understood literature historically. So they believe that traditionally, use of literature as information about society has been the thought that has gone on. So people who read literature, they believe that literature shapes and creates social action. And it has been proven over and over again that, in fact, the writings of people, great people, or writings of different social scientists have created a lot of social action, and even some movies have actually created a lot of social action. It has even changed the way people looked at society. For example, we recently had this Tamil blockbuster, by name Master by Vijay. It is based on a Korean movie titled Silenced. And that movie in Korea created such an influence because it was based on the atrocities that are being committed to blind school students. Okay, it was a realistic movie. Because of that movie, the government, there was a huge social reaction. There was a huge fight against this particular thing that is happening to these blind school children, that the government had to come up with new laws to protect these children. So this is just one example. There are many, many examples around the world on how literature has in fact influenced, shaped cultures and produced new values and in fact built societies. So we can read literature as information about social behavior and values as well. That is how they think. That is the traditional understanding of it. So Albrecht, in his book, The Relationship Between Literature and Society, he talks about how literature focuses on economics, family relationships, climate and landscapes, attitudes, morals, races, social clauses, political events, wars, and religion. So these are some of the wide range of topics that are encompassed by literature. And if you really look at all these aspects that have been covered by literature, we will realize that basically it covers everything that builds a particular culture or gives values to the readers. However, these cultural anthropologists, they believe that reflection is just a metaphor, not a theory. For literature students, we look at literature as reflecting. It is a theory which we try to analyze, but they say that it is just a metaphor. Metaphor means you have two things to compare. You have the society, and then you have literature that is produced. So you just have it, and then you compare both of them to find out what is really true and what is exaggerated. So that is why they look at literature as reflecting, but they have reasons to believe that it is just a metaphor, not the exact reflection of society. Why do they say that? Because literature, according to them, is just a construct of language. It is true, in fact. It is a construct of language. And the experience that you find in different forms of literature, be it fiction, be it non-fiction, be it poetry, be it drama, all these are symbolic. And it is only mediating, telling the reader about certain things, certain aspects of a certain culture or society. So it is symbolic. It is not a real report. It is not a report. It is an experience that is lived out by different characters. So there is no direct address to any problem or any particular values of culture. So it is a construct of language, they say. And they believe that literature draws on the social world, but unlike any scientific study or a sociological study or anthropological study, which depends on data and analysis, and they are very scientific, literature does not do any scientific research. Rather, it does selective choice. It makes choices. So selectively it takes certain aspects of reality and then magnifies it, makes it very interesting, And sometimes it also misspecifies something's wrong, some things may be exaggerated so much that it may not be really true as well. And often literature also ignores most of the core issues that are involved, that are experienced in a particular society or a culture. So that is why they believe that it can be just a metaphor, not a true reflection of society. And that is how cultural anthropologists look at literature. Now, what are their perceptions of literature? What are their perceptions of literature? They believe, though it is just a metaphor, though there can be certain exaggerations that are found in literature, literature by itself has implications for wider social issues. We can understand how things evolve in a particular culture and how values are formed in a particular culture by reading literature. And that is how they look at literature as well. And one of the most important points they make is about canonical books, that is canonizing. If you really see, in every country, in every society, or come to your own department as well, you are prescribed with certain books. They say that, okay, these are the books that we will deal with. Okay, in novel we will do with this. In poetry we will deal with all these books, these authors. So there is a selection that goes on. There is prescription that goes on. And they question that particular thing. Who decides that this is great literature and this has to be taught and not that? So why is it different? Why is it so important that reading this particular book is somewhat more important than reading this? And why are some books get canonized as the best as the great literature? And that question they raise because in different cultures around the world, in different nation states, they want to actually shape the minds of people. And the ideas of people should be shaped according to what the particular nation wants to build. It happens. There are many books that get banned around the world. And we even had an instance some months back in, I think, in Manonmaniam Sundarnar University. There was a protest against teaching one book of Arundhati Roy, and they had to withdraw that particular book from the syllabus. So it happens. So there is something called the processes of cultural authority being imposed on the people. So there is a strong, tough war that goes on. Okay, on how to build a nation state. So there is a tussle between who gets the real cultural power and how. So these are some of the processes that go on even with literature as well. So they focus more on the meaning-making activities of readers. Now, when I read a book, I understand a book differently, and when someone else reads the book, he or she may understand the book differently. So how do they make meaning? How do the readers make meaning? And that is their focus. So they want to focus on that and try to understand how the meaning-making activities of different readers in fact shapes that particular person, brings values to that particular person, and in turn shapes a particular culture and the society. So they focus on that. So they also want to help explain why people read a particular book. What do they make of their reading? And how this particular reading affects their lives. So that is the focus they have. For example, Radway in her book, Reading the Romance, she says that reading romance novels by women, okay, has actually shaped in the European countries, especially in London, in England. They believe that fulfillment through patriarchal marriage is the best. And that is what most of the romance novels indirectly indicate. If you have read Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility and all that, you will also understand this. And Coase, in his book Nationalism and Literature, talks about how canonical novels prescribed by particular countries like the US and Canada, and how there is the politics of culture that happens because certain books get canonized, get prescribed for that particular nation, and how certain books are not allowed to be read by the people in a particular nation. So they build ideas, they shape ideas, the nation states shape ideas, and they build their culture based on these canonical books. So these are some of the things that the cultural anthropologists are interested in when they want to study literature, do research on literature. So this is a very interesting an aspect we need to also understand, because we as literature students or literature enthusiasts, we might be blind to how people from the other disciplines look at literature. So this is some of the interesting perceptions that sociologists and cultural anthropologists have towards literature. Now, coming to our own area of interest, which is literature, and how literature has influenced socio-cultural ideas and values. Coming to that, we can broadly talk about, five, okay, basic socio-cultural perspectives in literature. So we have functionalism, that is, whatever is talked about has certain functions to perform. Then we have Marxism, which has been a very defining movement throughout history for centuries. It has in fact influenced lots of societies, cultures. It has shaped minds throughout the world. And it is continuing to be very, very, very flourishing type of thought around the world. And then you have feminism, which has come in a big way. Then you have social action theory, and then postmodernism. So what are these are actually the broad ways in which we can divide different forms of literature that get produced, okay, throughout the centuries. So what is functionalism? Functionalism would focus on the norms and values. What are norms? Norms are the normal, the typical or expected behavior, patterns of behavior in a particular culture. Okay, so every culture expects that you behave in a certain way and not behave in a certain way as well. And values. Every culture has very major and lasting ideas and beliefs about what is desirable and what is not desirable, what is good and what is not good. So these are the values that every culture also defines. Then there is socialization, that is how you live out these norms and values in a society. Then value consensus. Every culture or every society agrees on certain values. These are the values to live by, and these are not the values that we shouldn't have. Okay, and then you have a positive influence of institutions or functions of institutions. Every function, be it family, be it a school, or be it a college, every institution contributes positively to building a particular culture. And anomie, that is a state of normlessness. What happens when you don't adhere to these norms, these accepted values of a particular culture and society? So you find all of these ideas get reflected in some forms in different literature, in different forms of literature as well. Then you have the influence of Marxism. how capitalism, from the economic point of view, how capitalism and holding private property and the issue of haves and have-nots, and the tussle get reflected in literature. So Marxism's influence is also there. Then there is exploitation. Exploitation can be varied. It can be varied. It can be class exploitation, it can be caste exploitation, it can be racial exploitation that happened around the world. So many forms of literature have come out discussing this particular aspect of exploitation. Then ideological control, that is, who has the authority to actually influence ideologies, shaping the minds of people, constructing the minds of people. So he talks about that as well. Then you have feminism. Feminism, in fact, focuses on how patriarchy has influenced the society. And gender scripts, that means that, okay, if you are a man, behave this way. If you are a woman, behave this way. If you are a child, behave this way. A male child will behave this way. A female child will behave this way. That is a script that is written by every culture and society. And feminism also deconstructs binaries. That is, binary means the man and the woman. And in this deconstruction, the third form emerges, the LGBTIQA, because this beautiful word belongs to everyone. So from this particular flux, you get there is queer studies emerge. So this is one another aspect that has influenced different forms of literature, that is feminism. Then you have social action theory, that is how an individual lives out his life in a particular culture and society. There is this I, the personal I, and then the me, the social I, how I show myself to society. And then the looking glass self, okay, the inner me that I see when I stand in front of a mirror. I know that me, that looking glass, tells only me who I really am. Then the social identity, what I show to others, a kind of pretense, or it can be negatively pretense, or the type of show that we put up to others. Then there is the backstage and the front stage. The front stage is how I live in a society or in a culture. The backstage is where I rehearse for it, practice for it. How can I show myself to others? And then labeling. Okay, there is labeling that goes on. That is, we look at persons and judge that particular person based on their status, their sex, their class, their caste. So all this, or their ethnicity. So this type of labeling also happens. And then you have the self-fulfilling prophecy, that is to actually see whether someone is acting according to their label. Is that person behaving according to his status? Is he behaving according to his class? Is that person behaving according to their caste? So all these also get reflected in different forms of literature. Then you have the fifth basic perspective in literature, which is postmodernism, which focuses on various issues like the service sector economy. Traditionally, there would be the agricultural economy, and then there was manufacturer sector economy after Industrial Revolution. Now, in the postmodern world, you have the service sector economy. Lots of services being done. We are even a phone call is a service. You have customer service everywhere. So service sector economy has come in a very, very strong way, and there are very nice novels and even movies that have been written, like One Night at the Call Center and things like that. Talking about the problems of people working in the IT sector and all that. So all this. So I'm just giving a very simple example. Then you have the consumer culture of buying things, accumulating things. This is a kind of culture that has creeped into different societies in the postmodern world, especially. Then about social fragmentation, how societies get fragmented, families get fragmented, and there is more focus on nuclear families, which was not the case before. So fragmentation happens at various levels. So and literature focuses on that as well. Then you have the hyper reality, which is actually what we are doing now. We are having an online conference, which was not the case before. It is a hyper reality. Okay, something to do with the digital media. So you have even literature, different forms of literature being produced online. There is even called hyperfiction and all that as one form of literature. Then you have, I will be focusing on one interesting form of literature that have come to be after this digital revolution. I will be focusing on that shortly as well. So these are basically the 5 different socio-cultural perspectives that are found in literature around the world. These are actually broad ones. There are, if you want to focus more on that, you will have lots of ideas as well, a lot of perspectives as well. Now, I would quickly give you 4 contemporary socio-literary perspectives, okay, that have influenced literature. So, yes. Someone wants to say? Okay. So the first one is indigenous eco-criticism. This is very interesting in the context of the pandemic that we are experiencing now. Eco-criticism has been a form of literature, especially after the 1970s. And Lawrence Duell said that there have been 2 waves of eco-criticism. One was actually admiring nature, and the other one is actually criticizing how nature gets exploited, and that was the second wave and all that. Now there is a third wave, which is called the indigenous eco-criticism, and this particular thing came to prominence even during this pandemic. Many heads of state around the world, they said that we have to focus on our own local lifestyle, and there should be sustainability design. Be happy with what we are. Too much of interconnectedness can cause problems, and that is the reason why we have this COVID pandemic. So those things came up. Now, what does indigenous eco-criticism focus on? It actually transcends national and ethnic boundaries and finds common human experiences across cultures. That is how each individual culture lives out their life, actually finds resonance. They find resonance in other cultures as well. So they focus on, or they give a lot of attentiveness to native artists' storytelling practices and how they develop their myths. And they try to analyze how native people and their collective imagination and their involvement of non-human entities, that is the trees, the animals, the microorganisms that surround that particular culture, that live with them. So they focus on them. They are considered as fellow beings living, sharing this earth. And that gets focused in indigenous writings as well. And there are multiple forms of environmental injustices and resistance that get expressed in various forms of literature. And in our own Tamil culture, we have what is known as the Thinai poetics, the 5 Thinais in Sangam literature. Some 2,500 years ago, this has already been there. How people learn to live in different land masses, different types of land masses. People who live along the sea, they had their own lifestyle. They were able to live according to that environment. So you have the 5 Thinais. And this Thinai poetics was coined by Nirmal Selvarmani of Madras University. So that is how people have lived. thousands of years ago. And this actually has taken prominence in the present context as well. So you have some examples of indigenous eco-criticism. You have Rubber by J. Mohan, Sodharman Stool. These are all Tamil novels focusing on the environmental problems. Then you have Amitav Ghosh, The Hungry Tide, talking about the Sundarbans. Rubber talks about how the new rubber plantations, are against how they actually affect the environment, because it is an imported tree. It is not connected to, not part of the native culture. So and all that. Then Soul talks about drought, lack of water, and then Indra Sinha's Animals People, then Vage Sudhava also talks about this particular problem of water and all that. Tanir by K. Palachandar. So these are some examples of novels and movies that are focused on indigenous eco problems. Then you have subaltern studies. Subaltern studies would mean that there are literatures that focus on the binary relationship between the ruled and the ruling class. This actually is derived from the post-colonial factor. It actually got formed in India by Ranajit Guha. He said that how people in India, they still live in that post-colonial mindset. They want to be subservient to the ruled class. The ruling class. So he focused on these type of literatures focus on that. So they focus on capitalism, they focus on colonialism, and then nationalism. And focus on how this binary relationship exists on different levels. So you have some examples of that. One famous one is Orientalism by Edward Said. Then you have Karuku by Bama. Then you have Calcutta Chromosome, all talking about these subaltern perspectives. Then you have postmodern minimalism. Minimalism is a kind of a type of living that has come to prominence in the contemporary world. That is, for me to live, it's enough that I have few things. I don't want to accumulate a lot of things. I live a simple life with just simple things. That gives meaning to me. So that's the kind of life people are looking for. There are many cultures that live with minimal kind of things. And this gets reflected in literature as well. So you have writings by different authors where they use just short sentences, very terse writing style. So they leave out all adjectives and adverbs and meaningless details, and then say that the reader can form his or her own ideas based on that. So you have I have given just three examples, like Chok Polonik Lullaby, then you have The Mind's Eye, then you have Automated Alice. So these are three novels, writings written based on this minimalist culture. Then you have the last one actually is a very important thing that has come to being called the cyber culture. How cyber culture has influenced in a big way the types of or the forms of literature that get produced these days. So you have Twitter fiction or Twitcher. Literature written on Twitter is called Twitcher actually. Now, what are they? They are actually original. They are self-contained works. They are all written in a very short form. There are even novels that get written, poems that get written, because you know that Twitter allows only some 180 characters or something. So you have to be very brief, and people write, develop their story bit by bit. In each tweet, it gets developed. So they get published. And it is their original, because you cannot copy there. Everyone reads it and everyone knows if you are copied from somewhere. So all of these that get produced online, especially on Twitter or on Facebook, okay, they are actually original productions because you can't really copy from somewhere and paste it there because everyone, someone or the other would be able to find it. So that is one advantage of publishing online. So cyberculture is becoming very, very prominent. There are even series or serials that are being made around the world based on the stories written by some Twitter users. So you have thrillers on Twitter, which are called twillers. You have haikus on Twitter called twaikus. Then you have short stories, which are called twist stories or twisters. So they are actually postmodern literature, and they are known for their brevity, very short, but even being brief, they give multiple meanings. And then there is what is called the intertextual ties. One text gets connected to another text. So these are some of the characteristics of this particular cyberculture that we are experiencing now. It is actually a defining moment like. So these are some of the things that we experience in terms of how culture and values get transformed in their expressions in different forms of literature in the contemporary world. So to conclude, I would like to make a few points. Like, we have to understand that we are basically and fundamentally social beings. We have our personal and the psychological life to live. There are familial ties. There are social, cultural, and political interactions and constructs that happen every time. It goes on and on. And we are not individual, okay, beings who don't want to interact. We have to be all the time, okay, interconnected and be socially and culturally aware. Otherwise, our human life would become meaningless. And therefore, because of this basic fact, all literature that gets produced, okay, also reflect these values. The type of culture we live in, they get reflected in the literature that gets produced. And we as literature researchers and enthusiasts, we have to remember that interdisciplinarity is coming in a big way in research. And that's the reason why I went into cultural anthropologist perceptions of literature as well at the beginning. So whenever we do our research and studies, we have to see how this literature, this particular literature gets reflected, or what is the view of other disciplines to this literature. And so we have to understand this interdisciplinarity in a big way. And when you come to this cyberculture is actually questioning the mainstream, the print forms of literature. It is questioning it. And then it is producing a counterculture by publishing online. So what is great? Therefore, what is great culture? Who decides what is mainstream and what is counterculture? Who decides that? So what can be the canonized forms of literature? So that is actually getting slowly eroded because of the rise of cyberculture. And we have to remember that today's world, the contemporary world, is actually far richer in words. Words have a lot of richness, and there are a lot of concepts and signs that emerge. And that is what we see that gets exploded on the internet. And we also see that more and more people are getting involved in expressing themselves, in expressing their values, in actually talking about their culture. A lot of cultural interactions happen. So they take part in the process of writing, the process of producing videos or expressing. And this is happening more than ever before. And that we have to realize. And this is what I would like to leave with you on this one-day international e-conference, that we have to be aware of how things are getting shaped in the contemporary world with regard to how culture gets shaped and values get formed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, much for your enlightening and thought-provoking speech on the various disciplines of literature, culture, social, and moral values. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Now, we hand over the session to the resource person, Lieutenant Dr. B. Ajanta, Assistant Professor of English, Sri Ramasamy Naidu Memorial College, Satur. Lieutenant Dr. B. Ajanta completed her doctorate from Madurai Kamaraja University. She has served as Assistant NCC Officer. She has done so many research projects. She has organized so many conferences, faculty development programs, national and international seminars and webinars. She has acted as a resource person in seminars, webinars, and literary associations. She has also published papers, both national and international conferences. We welcome you, ma'am, to take over this section.
Thank you, ma'am, for your well introduction. I just would like to share my screen, shall I? Sorry for the interference. I just like to express my sincere thanks to the management of Annai College, the principal of the college, and Dr. Anandan, head department of English, and Dr. Kavirasu for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my ideas. I'm just sharing my screen. To say a few words about the theme of the conference, values and the culture through English literature. We know that the values and the culture are the two integrated dimensions of any society. Likewise, women and nature are the significant components of this universe. So the topic which I have chosen is ecofeminism values, women and nature. Our entire universe values nature and the women equally. Every culture advocates this. We are going to have an overview of ecofeminism in the terms of giving values to women and nature. We know the theory of ecofeminism. It is a theory and a practice of examining and challenging the political, social, historical, epistemological, and conceptual links between the domination of women and the exploitation of nature. This ecofeminism has been evolved into a movement that connects all the isms of domination. Example, racism, sexism, and classism, along with the exploitation, degradation, and the destruction of natural entities, habitats, and ecosystems. Just give me a minute. I'm just changing my network as it is really very slow. Just in a few seconds. Am I audible now?
Yes, madam, you can. Proceed.
Can you see my screen also?
Yeah, ma'am, you can carry on. Yes, you can proceed.
The next term referred to in this moment is social ecofeminism, which attempts to heal the breaches of sexism, class repression, and exploitation of nature. The social ecofeminists see the suppression and exploitation of gender, class, race, and non-human species as an expression of some ideological dualisms. In this, the first has value and privileges in relation to the other. The binaries are used to be like human nature, soul body, reason emotions, culture nature, the self, the other, white, black, production, reproduction, the global north, the global south, man, woman, finally. So, these binaries and these interconnections used to go on. The list is, according to Ariel Zali, a theorist, this list is very long and unconsciously structures our way of perceiving the world. It is maintained by the hegemonic practice of religion, philosophy, law, science, and economy. And it means to serve to maintain the exploitation of women and nature by the capitalist patriarchal world system. Our women have been included in the spheres of nature and emotions. They have been assigned always the role of earth mothers and passive, They are supposed to be passive and childbearing beings. But our men used to be associated with reason, civilization, and masculinity, manpower, strength. So Mary Wollstonecraft questions, in what does man's preeminence over brute creation consist? This echoes this intersectional connection. And later to this, Ball Plumwood says that this interconnection is by no means a thing of the past. The entire chain of signification is of nature as body, of nature as passion or emotion, of nature as the pre-symbolic, of nature as primitive, of nature as animal, and as the feminine. This goes on and it operates to the disadvantages of women, nature, and even the quality of human life. With this note, let's observe the origin of ecofeminism. We can say this origin of ecofeminism can be traced to the 1970s and 80s. The term ecofeminism has been coined by French feminist Francoise de Urban in the year 1974. And this term intends to describe the large-scale violence inflicted on women and nature as a result of male domination, patriarchal society. A major accident that released hazardous radiation at the nuclear plant in Pennsylvania in 1979 prompted some women to make connections between gender and the environment. This eventually led to an important conference in Amherst, Massachusetts, which titled Women and the Life of Earth, Ecofeminism in the 1980s. And the goal of the conference was to highlight the interconnections between militarism, sexism, racism, classism, thank you, sorry. This WPA played an important role in feminist peace politics. Another key issue that fueled the movement was the Love Canal disaster in the 1970s. It spread toxic waste in urban neighborhoods, especially poorer, underprivileged localities inhabited by people of color. End to all oppressions. She argued that any attempt to liberate women will be successful with an equal attempt to liberate nature. Now let's see how Karen Warren distinguished 8 kinds of interconnections that link women to this environment. Let's observe it one by one. The first one is historical and causal. The historical and causal connections can be traced to the patterns of patriarchal domination, which is set by invading tribes from Eurasia about 4500 BC. That displayed the agrarian era, known for its matrifocal culture and reverence towards women, and this decline was also accelerated by the scientific revolution during the early modern period. This authorized the pillage and the plunder of nature. The second thing is conceptual. The conceptual basis of twin domination of women and nature lies in the value hierarchies that inform dualism such as reason emotion, mind body, culture nature, and man woman. So the relationship between the disjunctive pairs in a binary is not merely complementary but also oppositional. Third comes empirical and experiential. Empirical evidence shows that health and risk factors caused by toxicity and pollution, which are borne disproportionately by women and children. Feminist animal rights scholars have compiled some data to prove that factory farming, hunting, and meat eating are related to patriarchal practices. The fourth one is epistemological. This approach accentuates the need for a new feminist environmental epistemology that can challenge mainstream views of reason and knowledge and also address the political aspects of the human or nature binary. And symbolic. The symbolic associations between women and nature that appear in the domains of art, literature, religion, and language, which are held up for scrutiny and critique. These associations devalue women by describing them in animal terms or sexualize nature by likening them to a woman. The sixth one is ethical. A new ethical ecofeminist framework of reciprocity and care, which is not male biased in order to formulate practices and policies regarding the relationship between human beings and the environment. The seventh link is theoretical. There are a number of theoretical and philosophical positions. These ethics support the most prominent being social ecology, animal rights positions, and the ethics of care. And the final point is praxis in the terms of political. Praxis brings to focus the potential of women to bring about an ecological revolution in the form of grassroots activism. It envisions change in a host of issues ranging from health of women and the environment, impacts of development and technology, anti-nuclear and anti-military activism, and finally, animal welfare activism. So, with these points, with these theories, I'm just going to review some theories of ecofeminism. The first one is Rosemary Radford Ruthers' New Woman, New Earth, Sexist Ideologies and Human Liberation, which was published in the year 1975. It is one of the pioneering texts in the concept of, in the theme of ecofeminism. It identifies several key themes for ecofeminist thought and praxis. She critiques the male monopoly over culture and the uncritical association of women with nature. Ruther points out that assigning nature the status of reality below men is erroneous. She stresses the fact that every generation needs to seek new ways of remaking the relationships with each other. It is finding the nexus of relationality that sustains life and it should not destroy it. And this book calls for the construction of egalitarian socio-economic system and a new cultural consciousness that supports relationships of mutuality and respect. And the next book which we are going to review is Annai Colonnis, The Lay of the Land. It is an important work in literary criticism. It analyzes American culture and literature from the 16th to the 19th centuries from a psycholinguistic perspective. It focuses on the metaphor of land as woman. She points out that the American literary pastoral tradition is replete with narratives of male dominance and progress. So, the construction of ideas about women as either earth mothers or targets of patriarchal rage is actually a symbolic of a culture. That a symbol divides nature from culture, nature from consciousness, and emotion from intellect. Related to this theme, related to this idea, Susan Griffin's Women and Nature, The Roaring Inside Her, is another cornerstone work. It elaborates on the negative conjunction between man and culture and women and nature. This book touches upon important themes such as the interconnections between all life on earth, the relationship between human beings and animals, and the role played by science and technology in destroying the environment. Griffin evocatively declares her earth lineage in a bewitching manner. I know, I am made from this earth, as my mother's hands were made from this earth, as her genes come from this earth, and all that I know in this earth. All that I know speaks to me through this earth, and I long to tell you, you who are earth too, and listen as we speak to each other of what we know. The light is in us. In this book, she juxtaposes the development of Western civilization, male discoveries, and inventions by Galileo, Newton, Descartes, and Halley, and other atrocities that were carried out on women through the ages. But she says, I am closely related to this earth. Whatever I have learned, whatever I have gained, and whatever I am interacting with, everything is in this earth. So, the prominent themes of her work are memories of female mutilation and female anger as potential liberating powers. The next book to be reviewed is Gynecology, the Meta-Ethics of Radical Feminism by Mary Daly. It is another important work, argues in favor of expanding women's capacities that have been diminished by patriarchy, male-dominated society, through a reversal of the socio-political power between the sexes. Daly creates her own theological anthropology, which is always woman-centric. It dwells on the question of the radical being of a woman. She compares the being of a woman to a journey to the other world. This other world involves the discovery and the construction of a world that is not contaminated by this so-called male-dominated society, patriarchy. Patriarchy. She claims that although her book is about all forms of pollution in phallocentric society, it is primarily about the pollution of women's mind, body, and spirit infected by patriarchal language and myth. Just to say simply, ecofeminism explores new ways of transcending the phallocentrism of Western rationality that gives rise to oppositional and non-inclusive value dualisms and the models that organize the world in disjunctive terms. The next work to be reviewed is Walt Plumwood's Feminism and the Master of Nature. In this, Plumwood argues in favor of a democratic earth culture beyond dualisms. She identifies 5 distinct features that characterize identity formation in typical binaries. They are backgrounding, radical exclusion and hyper-suppression, incorporation, instrumentalism, and finally, homogenization. She refutes the romantic notion that women have special capacities for nurturing and the thought that they are closer to nature and women can prevent environmental destruction. She is completely against this thought. Referring to these notions as gynocentric essentialism, they replace the Victorian version of angel in the house with angel in the ecosystem. She says that this framework is an integrative one, and she demands that both women and men and women develop an alternative culture in which human nature is pursued as a part of nature and not in any oppositional terms. The next work is Karen J. Warren's Ecofeminist Philosophy, a Western perspective on what it is and why it matters. This work establishes that the key principle of ecological feminism is about interconnections among all forms of unjust human domination. Warren feels that ecofeminism is rooted in certain core values despite its broad divergence and multicultural aspects. With the short note, I'm just moving to the next work. Carol J. Adams, The Sexual Politics of Meat, a feminist vegetarian critical theory. It is an important intersectional ecofeminist work that demonstrates that women and animals are oppressed by the same system, patriarchy. She points out that the common fate shared by women and animals. The body parts of animals are subjected to cruel dismemberment for our meat purpose. Likewise, the body parts of women are voyeuristically displayed and consumed by pornography. She also introduces the concept of absent referment in this book. Behind every meal of meat is an absence of a living being, an animal. The death of animal whose place the meat takes obviously. The absent referment is that which separates the meat eater from the animal and the animal from the end product, a meat, a dish. This cycle of objectification, fragmentation, and consumption of animals is linked to the violence of sexual consumption of women. This book has emerged as a strong voice of protest against the animalization of women and the feminization of animals. It also studies a cultural perspective how the hierarchy of food is related to the hierarchy of a gender, especially women. There is another aspect which is actually closely related to cultural ecofeminism is spiritual ecofeminism. It is an earth-based movement that emphasizes that spirituality is central to eco-feminist politics. The writers who have played significant roles in shaping the contours of spiritual eco-feminist thoughts are Starhawk, Charlene Spretnak, Carol P. Christ, Joanna Macy, and Enestor King. And in this, Carol P. Christ provides an apt definition of the spiritual eco-feminist movement. The preservation of the earth requires a profound shift in consciousness, a recovery of ancient and traditional views that revere the connection of all beings in the web of life and a rethinking of the relation to humanity and divinity to nature. The notion of the goddess is a powerful symbol of divinity in nature. It will aid the shift in consciousness from the automistic self to an ecological self. The other important books which have contributed to this eco-feminist canon are listed here in this slide. And I just want to take an example from the English literature, which is actually a translation in English. It is originally written in Malayalam. This work is an autobiography of C.K. John. The name of the work is Mother Earth, and this is Mother Forest. This is translated by Bhaskaran. Here, we can say that it is an partially biography and autobiography work, as it is being translated. Janu, the writer, is a tribal activist. She is coming from Wayanad. It is in the belt of Kerala. She led a social movement for the redistribution of land to the landless tribals in Kerala. These tribals were subjected to state violence during the Muttanga agitation in Wayanad in the year 2005. Janu's work straddles two worlds. The first one is the feminine, which is nurturing, oikic, space of the forest, actually tribal world. And the second one is the mainstream world, the casual world. The first part of the work is set in the forest, the site of emergence, where autonomous human existence is a myth, since survival is dependent on deciphering the non-human language of nature. John describes this rich immersion in the web of relationships in the essence-laden language of cultural ecofeminism. She says that forest is mother to us more than a mother because she never abandons us. And the second part of her autobiography describes an ideational perfect shift from Mother Earth to the external world, mainstream world. She describes how displacement from the oikic womb of the forest to tribal colonies. These colonies are fashioned by civil society, which not only impoverishes the tribals, but also strips them of their identity. The strength of this eco-feminist autobiography presents the implication of environment and the social justice concerns. Similarly, we can also observe the theme ecofeminism in the works of Kamala Markandeya, especially in her novel Nectar in a Sea, and some of the novels of Sarah Joseph, like Scent of Other Side, Gifting Green, The Vigil, and some other works of Anita Noyer, Better Man, Ladies Cook, and Mistress. So, this ecofeminism puts forth the idea that life in nature is maintained through cooperation, mutual care, and love. It is an activist and academic movement, and its primary aim is to address and eliminate all forms of domination while recognizing and embracing the interdependence and connection which humans have with this earth. Ecofeminism stresses the indissoluble connectedness, both physical and conceptual. The earth itself and all life on it, humans, as a part of this community, depend on the earth and the sea primarily. This theory of ecofeminism clearly pictures us the irreparable aftermaths that can germinate from the oppression of women and nature and spread to the future like a terminal disease which can put the whole development and the technology created by men till this state into a question. So they suggest that only through changing our day-to-day relationships and activities towards more harmony and sustainability, we can contribute to the well-being and overall empowerment of this whole ecological system, including women and nature as a part and parcel of this universe. This note, I'm just concluding my theory. Topic. Do you have any questions? Dr. Anandan, I have concluded my session.
Thank you, madam, for enlightening us through your wonderful presentation on ecofeminism. It definitely is an eye opener for many people here. I hope the next session is going
I
to
would like
start.
to thank personally Dr. Anandan as well as Dr. Kavi for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my ideas in this wonderful platform. Thank you.
We are happy to have you as a resource person, madam. So thank you for accepting in the crucial moment also. So
Thank you, madam, for your valuable speech. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving us a crystal clear picture of ecofeminism with apt examples by analyzing relevant books related to the topics like cultural ecofeminism and spiritual ecofeminism. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we call upon the presenters, those who are going to present the papers. So, here comes N. Rajalakshmi, professor from Kongu Polytechnic College, Perandurai, for presenting her paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. I feel so nervous. And
No problem, ma'am, can continue.
this is the first time I'm doing this, and that's why I feel a little nervous. And within few minutes, I will make myself.
It's okay, ma'am. It's okay. Can continue, ma'am.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And let me start my presentation. Can you all view the screen?
Yes, ma'am. We are able to view the screen.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. The paper, the title I have chosen for my analysis and research is that the stronghold of a woman from chauvinism in Shashidev's Pandey's That Long Silence. I would like to start the presentation with the change you wish to see should start. Sir? Sir, anything?
No, ma'am, you can continue, ma'am.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are clear.
Okay, thank you.
It's audible.
Okay. I wish to start the presentation with the saying or the words, the change you wish to see should start from you. And we will see the quote how far is suitable to this paper. Coming to abstract, Shashidev's Pandey, the renowned contemporary Indian novelist in English literature, has written many novels and short stories. She has written 11 novels, of which That Long Silence is a famous novel which has honored her with the Sahitya Academy Award in the year 1990 and also the Padma Shri Award in 2009. Her characters in her novel include married women who are the true reflection of Indian women seeking for liberty and self-identity. And this is the most significant theme in most of her novels. This paper highlights how women are separated between traditional values of the society and their individuality, and also analyzes the patriarchal domination and gender differentiation exists within the family. Coming to the novel That Long Silence, it is a story of the protagonist Jaya, a convent-educated middle-class housewife, questioning her life, her convictions, and her relationship with others. Because of the compromising herself for the happiness of others in the family and regard of the family, this plays a significant part in the novel. And the sufferings of the females, or as a result of prolonged silence, hides them or hinders them from emerging as a courageous soul or a fearless soul in the society, fearless individual in the society. And also the Hindu tradition describes the women should be like Sita, who was submissive to her husband, and the society also picturizes the women as docile, silent, and submissive. The novel opens with Jaya and her better half Mohan, with the two children, Rahul and Radhi. They're shifting from a comfortable, fashionable apartment to an unfashionable old apartment at Dadar in Bombay. This shifting happens when Mohan was caught up in some business misbehavior, and an inquiry is going on. And at this time, Mohan, the attitude or the misbehavior of Mohan was not accepted by Jaya. She couldn't comply with Mohan, but Mohan complains about Jaya for his failure in the office too. And also he is not at all caring for the feelings of Jaya and always takes her for granted. He never allows her to be herself, and she couldn't do whatever she likes. She always obeys her husband and others in the family, and she had to work for the happiness of others. Likewise, her 17 years of her married life moves on. Despite all the comforts she has, she feels some emptiness in her heart and in her life. And one more incident, after her marriage, Jaya's name has been changed to Suhasini by Mohan. At this situation, she feels that she doesn't have her own character, and her name too changes to the desires of others. In fact, her dressing sense and style also have been changed according to the wishes of Mohan. Only to keep him happy, she changed herself. Even though she knows, she can understand the change in her, she couldn't raise her voice. She has to adjust to save her family. To adjust with the family members and her life partner to save her married life. So at this stage, she finds her marriage as two bullocks yoked together, living with two bullocks yoked together. So this indicates, these words of Jaya indicates that she is living with Mohan out of impulse, but not of interest. So at this point, we can say that it indicates the conventional women raised in male-centric culture need to smother or hide their existential self, as said by the ancestors. Ancestors in the novel, Vanita Mami and Sabdagiri Aji were advising her that she should consider husband as a sheltering tree, without whom we cannot have life. So as she was grown up in such an environment, she keeps silence when Mohan abuses her. And the suppression of her individuality leads to the peak when her writing career was questioned. She was adjusting all through happenings in her married life, but when writing career is disturbed, she was in great depression and despair. She has written a novel, a short story which won prize and got published in the magazine, and she was at the verge of getting fame and name. But Mohan shows his disappointment towards her writing, thinking that the novel, the male character described in the novel is about he himself is described there, and that's why she decides, after hearing the disappointment of Mohan, Jaya quits writing and sacrificed her writing talent too. And one more incident is that Mohan's father is a drunkard who tortures his mother. This is a powerful episode narrated by Mohan to Jaya, that when Mohan's father was returning home one night, Mohan's mother couldn't serve fresh food for the dinner, and in anger, he throws away the plate and moved off. But after that, even after the torture, Mohan's mother is preparing a fresh food and served him. Mohan, at this place, being a son, witnessed all these tortures to his mother and never ever condemned his father or warned his father for this activity or this attitude towards his mother. But while hearing, after saying this, Mohan expresses that his mother as a virtuous woman, courageous woman, bearing all those torments. Whereas Jaya has a different perspective in this case. She sees the internal sufferings of his mother. The despair underlying in the heart of a mother is clearly understood by Jaya. In this place, we can say that the son brought up in male-centric. Hello? Can I continue?
Yeah, you can continue. Ma'am,
Okay.
you can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. The insensitive nature of Mohan shows that he was brought up in male-centric setup, as he behaves as his father maybe. So this shows that victimization of women may continue for generations. So these kinds of incidents in her family, some distractions, I couldn't talk. Sir? Sir, there is a noise. I couldn't talk. Sir?
Why do you? There is no interfere at all. You can carry on.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
After undergoing many incidents of adversities in her life, at the end of the novel, when everything winds up well in the workplace of Mohan and Rahul too returns, then as he was away from home, she has understood the insecurity of her and has figured out how to verbalize her situation. Presently, she is in terms with herself. She understood and expresses her long silence, her deepest thoughts, and the feelings of fear and the questions towards herself, all that she had struggled for the 17 years. She has analyzed herself and self-introspected that she is responsible for the shortcoming in her life. And now she has decided to change herself and to open up and to break the silence of proceeding her career as a writer and concentrates the future and understands her own shortcoming and also hopes to have a new relationship with her husband. Coming to conclusion, without rejecting the traditional role of a woman, Jaya arrives at resolution to reconcile. I hope the saying which I said in the initially would be suitable to the conclusion here. The change that you wish to see should come from you, should start from you. Here, Jaya decided to start a new career, a new family life with Mohan, understanding that she is responsible for her own shortcoming and she decides to talk and she decides to resolve all her problems. So only if we need change, we have to work on it. And here, Sachdev Pandey, through the sad stories of Jaya's relations, had depicted the wide range of man-woman relationship and also picturizes a woman protagonist who search for and who arrives at self-identity and self-exploration into the real self without disposing her duties from the family and also sustaining with the culture. In spite of all the struggles she had, she has never thought of leaving the family. And that is what is the peak point in Sachdev Pandey's novel, Sustaining with the Culture. And this novel is very realistic and very close to life, which portrays the abuse of women with more self-consciousness and involvement and much more realism. And I wish to conclude that the man-woman relationship can be maintained smoothly with a good rapport, having better communication and mutual understanding. That is without the ego in mind or submissiveness on one side, or either male or female. This avoids male domination and docile nature of women in a family. This will enhance a great respect on each other's relationship and uniqueness in them, and which will give respect to the family among the public. And being either male or female, we have to be compassionate towards the feelings of the opposite gender. That is what I wish to say as my viewpoint here. We have to walk in the shoes of the opposite gender, and we have to compassionate to understand their original feelings. And one more thing I would like to say is that there is a psychological difference. There is a difference in psychological approach towards a problem. The approach of resolving a problem varies from gender. Either male proceeds, comes to resolve, sees a problem in a different way, whereas women sees the problem in different way. We have to psychologically understand the basic nature of men or women, and we can easily lead a happy life by understanding the feelings of each other. And this will enhance the uniqueness in them and respect to the family too among the public. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Before I call upon the next paper presenter, I'd like to welcome the chairperson for the paper presentation, Dr. I. Amalraj, Assistant Professor from Haji Karta Rahota Hundai College, Uttamapalayam, Theni District. We welcome you, sir.
Amalraj sir. Welcome you, sir. Amalraj sir.
Sir, I'm audible, sir.
Welcome you, sir. I welcome you for this paper presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, due to range problem, I didn't connect, sir. Wait, sir. Possible that let me present the. Let me present. Wait, sir. Let me. Wait, sir.
Sir? Sir, shall I call the next presenter, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can call, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to call Professor Mansoor Ahmed Tandre from Lovely Professional University, Punjab, to present the paper on contrast between past and present in the selected novels of Jean Patrick Madio.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir, you can continue, sir.
Okay, okay. Madam, may you help me? How can I upload the paper?
So you can read the paper, sir. If you have the screenshot, you can share. The chairperson is there, sir. The chairperson for the paper presentation session is there.
Ma'am, how can I upload this paper? This on the window, sir. This.
Sir, Amalraj, sir, could you please help the persons who are presenting the paper, sir?
What, ma'am? Sorry, I didn't hear you, ma'am.
He's asking some doubts, sir. Just could you please help him, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, how can I upload the paper on the screen, sir?
Sir, do you have it on the mobile, sir?
No, sir, I'm on laptop.
Or laptop? Is it there on the screen?
Sir?
Is it there on the screen, sir? Laptop, it is there material for you? You will find the share, sir. On the screen. You'll find share down below. Green in color.
Ma'am, do I present the paper, ma'am? Hello.
Sir, on the desktop down below, you'll find a green colored share.
Okay, sir. You just
You just
share
click
it.
over that.
So, Amalraj, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are
Yes,
you
sir.
there?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes. Do I present the paper, sir?
Dear presenter, just share your slide.
Sir, I do not
If
have
not,
slides.
just carry on your presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
No problem at all.
Distinguished chief guest of the day, the principal, sanctuary of heavenly wisdom, the professors and the chief guest, and their brothers and sisters in the Almighty. Prayerful greetings to you all. Now I'm going to concentrate on Ubhamanyu Chatterjee's all novels, especially contours of conflict in the select novels of Ubhamanyu Chatterjee. Ubhamanyu Chatterjee is a gifted writer, Indian writer in English. The topic English and the style, the work English August is equal to the memories of the welfare state, and the last burden is equal to the way to go. Weight loss is a single novel. Chatterjee portrays the suburban lives of the people in Calcutta in the fifth novel. All the major characters of his novels suffering in personal life. Chatterjee's main characters are facing conflicts. Chatterjee's characters are restless, disinterested, enervating, feel alienated, and face the inner conflict, arduously try to find a universe. Ubhamanyu Chatterjee is gifted in external talent in Indian writing in English. He joined the Indian Administrative Service in 1983. His professional career not only marked the beginning of the literary career, but also was the source from which he created in his novels. Major characters of his novels have sense of humor, amazing language, and eye to portray the middle class India. The common thread that defines all man character is suffering and personal life. Conflicts is defined as many struggle between opposing forces. Usually, the main character struggles against some other forces. Internal conflict and external conflict are important type of conflicts in literature. Internal conflict is the struggle which actually occurs in the inside a character. In internal conflict, the character struggles with the decision he must make with his own weakness in his personality. External conflicts are struggles between the protagonist and some other external forces. His first novel, English August, an Indian story, is fascinating metaphor of contemporary English-educated Indian urban youth's failed quest of self-realization. The very important aspects of this novel is the message that the Indian society didn't undergo cultural decolonialization. Chatterjee portrays in English August some serious issues that revolve around the urban educated woman Agastya, who reflects the side of affliction and bombastic life of the bureaucrats. He is suffocated in his heinous condition, and the protagonist finds no relief in their life. The door of entertainment is closed to him. In his second novel, The Lost Born portrays the life of an Indian middle-class family. Chatterjee portrays the sense of the location and alienation felt by the protagonist. The novel is moderate and mouthful. This is a portrayal of the financial, social, and emotional problems that makes people favor an atomic family in contrast to a giant family as was as well as the predominant practice in India. It elegantly portrays the decisions and sacrifices made by different people in the family and the friction and the frustrations thereby. It also expresses the struggle of the new generation in order to move into the atomic family structure from a strictly hierarchical giant family structure. The novel talks about Jamun, a workless young man and his old father, Shaman. And the third story, The Memories of the Welfare State, is a sequel as well as an extension of the first novel. Chatterjee remarked on the character of Augustus, who lived a full life and 2 novels. The title is quite suggestive in the sense that it conveys the resourcefulness of the corrupt elements managing the politics and bureaucratics to merge system in the interest of their own personal and familial aggrandizement. In the novel, there are often contractors, mafia, corrupt and venal bureaucrats and manipulators who make money through using the political system in their own personal interest and are therefore interested in the continuance of chaos and confusions, patronage-based administration. The novelist finds various incidents and examples presenting the moral. Weight loss. The fourth novel of the woman Chatterjee is Weight Loss. It portrays Polo as a central character of the novel. The novel finally demonstrates Chatterjee's notions of self. He is a postmodern man, and novel is finally showed the cure of visitors at the minds of the protagonist. Polo, throughout his life, has done wrong things, made wrong choice, even then give him a chance, a golden opportunity to reform to be pure by having understand the value of a rose, do not feel any yearning to smell its sweet fragrance. In similar manner, it doesn't understand the value of what he has gone. The door of the 7 is before him. Conclusion. Chatterjee succeeds in proceeding the hideous humorous way, but in the truth that, though apparently comedies, his novels are exactly tragedy showing again and again the suffering and the fall of man who experiences internal conflicts against the background of modern society. Agustia, Jamun, and Bola are all suffering rootlessness and alienation. To find the root means to find the relations. Chatterjee, all characters are in the process of charging the strong of human relationship, of which is helpless, of pure, holy lives, but they know not the ways, hence lost in the unsolved riddles, they in quest of the right path, unfortunately choose that take the wrong way, experience conflict, as a result they suffer. Thank you, with which let me want to end up my presentation. Your questions are welcome. If you have any question, please welcome. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes, Professor, I completed my presentation.
So is there any questions, sir? Or shall I call the next participant, sir?
Yes, Professor. Your questions are welcome.
Amal Rai, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can ask the question. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
Dear participants, do you have any questions?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Sir, actually your title is rereading contrast between the past and the present, right?
Myself, sir, you are asking it myself?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It means the last presenter, Mansoor Ahmad. Sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am here, but I am unable to upload, sir, this presentation on screen, sir.
Yeah, no
Sir,
problem. Just clear my doubt. What do you find? Sir, tell me.
Sir, to whom you are questioning, sir?
Yeah. What is the contrast here, past and present? Could you tell in a single statement?
Sir, in which are you asking me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mansoor Ahmad.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ah.
Contrast
The
between past and
present.
present.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. The research paper, which is dedicated to the inventiveness of the prominent Sir Nobel laureate, French. Sir Jean-Patrick Modiano also he locates the historical reasons of human troubles and is infatuated by wish to find answer of all the problems which are bothering him, sir. Sir, sir, the contrast between past and present, he says that his world, this outlook consists of specifics of main components of author's innovative work, dependence of the present on the past, exploration of the roots and initial things which are sensed in present and is and which attract even by their cloudiness, as he talks about the occupation which was a grave thing which happened before his birth in French, and which was a tyrant. This tyranny took on the Jews, or this in the name of this occupation, and where Jews were assassinated. And he talks about these things in the novels, in his novels, most of the novels, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I'd like to call Dr. Reena Sen, Assistant Professor from Amity Institute of English Study and Research, Amity University, Noida, to present the paper on rereading of the myths, folktales, and proverbs in Things Fall Apart. Welcome you, ma'am.
Sharmini HOD Kanyakumari.
Dr. Reena Sen.
Is the presenter is there? Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am, you can unmute and you can start your presentation, ma'am.
Reena, ma'am. I think you are here. Just unmute your mic and continue your talk. Reena, ma'am. Reena Singh, I think, right? Yeah. Reena Singh is here. Ma'am, could you catch my word? Could you listen my words? Reena Singh, ma'am. Otherwise, shall we move on to other presenter? Yeah.
Okay, next I call Mrs. R. Aishwarya, PG student from St. Joseph of Arts and Science College, Autonomous, Kadalur. She's going to present a paper on reflections of multiculturalism in Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Loss.
Yeah, good morning to all. Good morning to all present here. My topic is reflection of My topic is reflection of multiculturalism in Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Loss. My paper brings forth a different view of the world in the post-colonial period. It is an award-winning novel of Kiran Desai. The Inheritance of Loss shows the darker side of innumerable people. It also shows the craze for the Western styles, manners, and values, and how they distort their own culture by adopting the other alien culture. Most of the characters felt alienated in this novel. They undergo cultural clashes throughout the novel and want to find their own identity in this hybrid society. Most of the characters in Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Lost novel needs a luxurious life. After that, they realize the bitter truth in human life. One of the most feature in the post-colonial text is basically concerned with distance and migration and shifting of location, and resulting with an outcome of finding the identity into them. The reflection coming to the key aspect that multiculturalism, the reflection of multiculturalism is expressed in terms of harshness of migration, racial discrimination, safety in alien lands, both socially and economically, and the entanglement of the high class society in the post colonial period. In her novel, Desai presents the desire for Western values, manners, cultures, and languages, and the luxurious lifestyle, and the impact of modernization, globalization is clearly revealed in all steps in each character. The characters Sai, Biju, and Judge comes under this theme multiculturalism and alienation. The Judge lives alone with his pet dog Mutt and with his granddaughter Soy. His life is full of frustration by making his wife dead, for stealing his powder stuff, and by disowning his own doctor for marrying a Parsi. Even though Patel acquires the Western culture values, he cannot able to accept his daughter marrying boy from other culture, so he discovers her, and Patel comes under the theme of racial discrimination, feeling guilty for his brown color hair and brown color skin. To compensate it, one second, sir. To compensate it, he applies powder results as a hybrid color of white and brown. Like all the characters in the novel, who were sandwiched between the two cultures, they are not able to adapt to the Western culture, and they are longing for the Indian tradition also. Sai, who is an orphan at her childhood and lives in a convent school, the school makes Sai as a complete Westerner even in her own land. She falls in love with the mathematics tutor Jian. Third Jian is from a lower class and lead a luxurious life compared to Soy. He hates the bored middle class lifestyle of the Judge and his Soy. He's somewhat stuck between his ethnic Nepalese riot and his love towards Soy. But he proves that his ethics and ethnics surpassed over his love for Soy. This makes Soy to hate her lover and also the love. Desai portrays the kaleidoscopic picture of the differences between the Nepal immigrants in India and Indian immigrants in USA. So the characters Sai, Biju, Zola, Noni, Desai's narrative brings out the difficulties faced by the Biju in USA, and the Biju's only aim in his life to get back to India or else get the green card in USA. After getting insult from the Westerners, they realize the true value of their own roots. By adopting other culture roots lead to a dilemmatic state whether to follow the Dutch culture or to come back to the old Indian tradition. They hide their own true identity by putting a mask of silence and maintain a false pride throughout their life by considering it as a true one. I like to conclude that the protagonist wants to adopt the British standards in his daily life, and he studies hard to get acquaintance with the Western, but he is not able to cope up with the Western style. He tries to speak English as a native speaker, but almost fails in speaking very coherently. But also, all of his hard work becomes futile, and he struggles to maintain acquaintance with the nearby neighbors. He struggles a lot to find his identity by adopting multicultural values in the immigrant of USA and his manners and lifestyles where he settled. Almost every character in this novel comes under this type of sensitive issue, and multiculturalism leads to the character's dilemma whether to adopt the new immigrant culture or the old Indian tradition. Obtaining one's own culture is the true pride of oneself rather than adopting other cultural roots. So one's wealth and pride is evident in obtaining their own culture rather than settling in the immigrant culture. So that's all, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ask question, ma'am.
Thank you, Aishwarya.
Hello, ma'am. Can I ask questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How does the author portray multiculturalism in his works, ma'am?
Sir, the author tried to portray the characters through the narrative style that they failed to cope up in the immigrant USA, that even though the characters are settling in the American country, they used to wear the Indian traditional clothes, and they always the characters of the novel long to come back to India rather than settling in the immigrant state, and they failed to acquainted with the neighbors, sir. So the characters' dressing style and the lifestyle and their speaking style also, the narrator, the novel writer tries to give the aspect of multiculturalism, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Does the author give any special introduction, special code for multiculturalism, ma'am?
Special code, sir?
The special code, yes, ma'am. Multiculturalism.
By the dress codes only, sir. By the dress codes and their the lady protagonist will wear a 6-yard long sari even though in winter, and even though they go to the party, the dress code and that slippers and the ashes on the head reveal that they do not belong to that immigrant lifestyle, and they always long back to come to the own culture, sir. The dress code and their lifestyle of their appearance and personality are the codes used in the novel, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for wonderful answers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Shall I call the next participant, next presentation? Okay, I'd like to call Professor G. Ilamati from St. Anne's Arts and Science College, Chennai, for presenting the paper on an extensive search for richness of human values in English poetry. Welcome you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all gathered here, and I'm very happy to present my paper, An Extensive Search of Richness of Human Values in English Poetry. Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am,
you're audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I'm trying to give my paper, please allow me.
Ma'am, Ilamati, ma'am, you can continue, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, yes. I was talking and I was on mute. I'm sorry. So what I have tried to do in my paper is I have taken the extensive search of the human values in the English poetry and what English poetry has done and what it can do to the society at the present world. More and more, as we go further in this cyber world, we are drifting away from the humanitarian values, and we have engorged ourselves in this use and throw culture. And we have failed to be humanistic any longer. And through this paper, I have tried to tell that how we can be humanitarian and how we can get back to our mother nature. And when we take the poetry of William Wordsworth, "The world is too much with us," he is fed up with the humans as such, how we have drifted ourselves towards the wealth, the accumulation of property and so many things, and we have totally moved away from the humanitarian values, and we have just thrown garbage only to the nature, and we have failed to be ourselves, and we have not given anything worthwhile to the mother nature. And many times that is about how we have drifted ourselves to the materialistic world. Now moving on with this next keyword of my paper, uh, through the Psalm of Life, Longfellow Psalm of Life, he is telling how humans have to be bettering ourselves day to day. Each and every moment of our life, we have to strive harder. We have to be good enough to the society, and we have to, it is like a lesson to the life. And through this poetry, we can learn a lot of meaningful lessons which can push ourselves forward. Many times our youngsters and other people are fed up, and day to day, what happens each and every time, one time if you fail, we are just going back, and we are not keeping that as a stepping stone to success. What we are doing, once we fail, okay, this will not come to me, I'm just going back. And this attitude is more and more prevalent, and many people are failing to understand the reality of life. All this reality of life, the basic human values, all that can be showcased through the poetry. And especially poetry has a special attraction. Even this, I have given a paper, how this novel, all the other genres of literature are also attractive, but the special attractive feature is only existent in poetry. The simple words and the rhyme scheme, the rhythm and the poetic devices, everything will take you to the next level. And through the Psalm of Life, we can know about the lessons of meaningful lessons of life. And then this Maya Angelou's poem, Still I Rise. So how this can be approached from a feministic perspective, and this can be a boost for all the women. How she has faced number of trials and tribulations in her life, and how much value she has gathered, and how she's able to move forward in her life. And this can be adaptable to all of us. And how a woman has to strive, even though when she's pushed down, and a lot of people will try to put her down, a lot of people are there to dominate her in this patriarchal society, she's trying to move up, she's trying to come up fantastically well in this chauvinistic world. And the major idea of me writing this paper is how our human values are drifting, and how we are moving forward only to a materialistic life, and we have failed to be human any longer. Through this paper, I would like to tell how we have to get back to the mother nature. We have to get back to a world where we are living in harmony with nature, which can be very happy. And with this, I think we can move forward to a different level. And when we are in this use and throw culture, the pen we use, the pen, the paper cups, everything has become use and throw. And we fail to understand when all these are becoming use and throw, we are even using the humans and throwing them. And that has become the scenario. And I have talked how this use and throw culture, if it's going to move forward, I don't think there's going to be any human values at all in society, and we are going to be like machines. I would like to remind all of us to get back to Mother Nature and to get back to the human values, so that we can move forward in this world with a fantastic outcome. And that's for my presentation. Sir, any questions or queries? Anybody would like to? I would like to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to tell my viewpoint from this paper. And it is my personal thing that I wanted to convey this through my paper.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Amal Raj, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any question, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can I ask questions, sir?
Yeah. You can proceed, sir.
Ma'am, what is mean by what inspire you to concentrate on value, ma'am, in Indian poetries?
Because Indian poetry is full of values, basically, and I've just taken what I.
Hello, ma'am.
Because human. Yes, sir.
Yes,
am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Now we are audible, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Human value is the base of life, sir.
ஒரு
So,
அம்மாவுக்கு காலையில 10 மணிக்கு மெசேஜ் பண்ணிட்டேன் இத
hello.
லிங்க் அனுப்பு 3 டைம் அனுப்பு 3 டைம் கேட்டு.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am. You are audible.
So, human value is the base of literature, and the human value attracted me because that is the platform of today's world. And we have drifted away from human value so much farther, so that I would like to insist that we have to get back to human values, and that's why I have chosen my title like that, sir.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Nice answer. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all for giving me this opportunity, sir. Thank you so much.
I request the next participant, P. Dhanasegar, Assistant Professor, Sri Venkateswara Arts and Science College, Kovilacheri, to give the presentation on the title, Unrequited Love, Realism and Fantastic Life in Thomas Hardy's Far from the Madding Crowd. Okay, the next 5 participants get ready. The list of the presenters, next 5 presenters, G. Adishta Kumari from Vanni Perumal College for Women, Virudhunagar. Next, Komal, PhD scholar from Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. The next participant, Himani Sharma, PhD scholar from Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. Manjusha KG, Assistant Professor from Government Polytechnic College, Perambur. Next, J. Priyanka, PhD scholar, Sanjima Munivar Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research.
Excuse me, ma'am. Hello.
Hello.
May I leave, ma'am? I have presented.
Okay. I request Dhanasegar to present the paper.
Ma'am, may I leave?
Dhanasegar, sir. Are you there? We can call some other presenter.
Okay, next. I request Adishta Kumari, Associate Professor from VV Vanni Perumal College for Women, Virudhunagar, to present the paper on the title Portrayal of Life in Select Short Stories of R.K. Narayan.
Adishta Kumari, ma'am. Are you ready? I think you are in the list. You are here. Madam, Adishta Kumari, madam. Presenters must present your paper. Without present your paper, there is no need to get the certificate. After the presentation done by you only, the certificate will be mailed. So all the presenters must present properly.
Okay, next. Next, I'd like to call Komal, PhD scholar from Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, to present the paper on the title Partition Fiction as a Portal to Past Culture and Values, a study of fictional works by Veera Hirandanandi and Reena Nanda.
Hello, good afternoon to all. Am I audible to all? Yes, you are audible, Komal. Please continue. Okay. So I'm here to present my paper titled Partition Fiction as a Portal to Past Cultures and Values, a study of partition fiction, a study of fictional works by Veera Hiranandani and Reena Nanda, written under the guidance of my supervisor, Dr. Bhavya. Ma'am is also present here. So shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Okay, so culture, in its simplest form and in my own words, I would say that culture is something that is related to how our practices affect our daily and our everyday lives, our knowledge, social bonds with people, and even the world around us. And values, on the other hand, they serve as a conviction in the direction of ethical and non-ethical bearings of those practices. So these cultures and values, they are essential for the survival of a community and even for its formation, for its very existence. Once people are in a way taken away or expatriated from their cultures and cultural values, there is more at stake than just ethnicity. We can see there is a huge loss of identity in that case. There is a loss of relations, emotions, and even mental equilibrium. And such loss, it can be denoted with the phrase fate accompli. That means it can never be reverted. Once it is lost, it is considered lost. It cannot be fully reverted in any sense. So partition of India in 1947 is also counted in one of the most horrendous events of our past that led out of place millions of people. And not only it just led out of the place millions of people, it also in a way dispossessed them from their very roots, their very identity and cultures. Those who were once the gratified owners of their homes, now they were left looted and defiled. So here my aim is to discuss partition as an event that is more nuanced and inclusive of individual sufferings and loss. And this I will do by discussing the above stated paper. The title of the paper is, it is a portal to past cultures and values. I would be discussing partition in this frame only, with the perspective of cultures that are lost and values that are diminished. So for this purpose, I have taken two novels, one by Reena Nanda. The novel is From Quetta to Delhi, A Partition Story. Another novel is Veera Hiranandani's The Night Diary. Both are written in 2018, and I have purposely taken these novels, which are so recently written, because I think that they include all the details, all the recent developments that have been done in the field of partition study. Second reason is that both the authors, they have a direct or indirect connection to the event of partition. So I found them fit to discuss this topic. So other than the historical perspectives, as I've said, partition studies, it has in a way opened its arms to all the other discussed and less discussed aspects. These aspects are humanistic aspects, individual sense of loss, psychoanalytical analysis of darker implications of this event, oral histories, the aftermaths that are faced not only by the victims, but also further generations also they have faced the aftermaths of the event. So let us come to the novels. The first novel is Reena Nanda's From Quetta to Delhi, A Partition Story. The novel, it explicates very profoundly the sense of loss. The author records the story of her mother's experience in her paternal and maternal family. The author very in a very detail, she elaborates about her doubts towards the prejudices and towards the superstitions that her mother mother and grandmother used to adhere to. She used to call them that were typical of small town Punjabi women. So the novel is set in a Punjabi family with such similar background, and the novel is full of details of the various dialects of colloquial Punjabi, the Gurmukhi, the Urdu scripts. It is full of details related to the fabrics that they used to wear, the thans that they used to call it, thans of Boski, rich Chinese brocades and satins, the culture of Sapewalis. Sapewalis means the mourners. Earlier, to mourn, people used to call women who were called Sapewalis to bring out all the sorrows and all the pains out, because they would cry out so loud that would make people to cry with them. And with that, there is no burden or there is no baggage of pain left behind, which is seen no more nowadays, actually. So it also talks about various folk songs, various home remedies, and games played by the siblings of the authors. To establish my point, I have also taken Achal Malhotra's work, and her work is Remnants of a Separation, a history of a partition through material memories. She quoted, I would like to quote from her book, that from the days of the partition, uh, the stories from the days of the partition was so much more than just about the partition itself. It was a story about soil and rain, fields and clouds, families and their traditions and customs. It was about love and relationships, about children and sound of their crying. It was about landscape, language, music, art, literature, and poetry. So both these novels are full with these details. And I would like to quote from Reena Nanda's novel. So she grew up at a place where the simple nature of people can be seen in prayers in local languages. So I would like to recite 4 lines from the prayer. Jai Tarkal Sandhya Mai, Kar Kar Changiya, Devara Jalaiya, Dukhi Dushman Taliya, Devara Tel, Kar Sanjogi, Vichreya Damil. That can be elaborated as homage to the goddess of evening. Convey us good fortune. I have lit the lamp that will keep enemies away and reunite with loved ones. So these little prayers, some proverbs also. Proverbs like Dekh paraye chopdi na tarsi ji, rukhi misi khake thanda pani pi. That means don't feel envious of buttered breads of others. Eat what you have, let it be just dry bread or cool water only. So these little details that takes you directly to the past culture, which was our own. So it can be said that it is a new kind of a practice that now has been taken by authors and scholars to connect partition studies not only with the history, not only with the freedom fighters, freedom movement, but also with the individuals, also with their culture and with their shared pain with their feelings deeper, which are more deeper. And as far as we go in this study, and we will be able to know more about these. So the author, in this practice, it is, as I said, the novel is full of these details, but she also kept us informed about the political scenario as well. In 1945, when the author was born, there were simultaneously demands of freedom in political world. At the end, it was the time when World War II just ended. So Muslims wanted a separate nation following the demand of Jinnah. Shakunt, who is the author of the novel, who is the author's mother here. With her natal family, she had to settle to Delhi from Quetta and from Jhang, which was in Pakistan today, which is in Pakistan today. Now they had to move to Delhi. So at this time, they felt that they will never be able to return to their home, and it traumatized them so much. The author is also questioning again and again here that how nationality became all of a sudden synonymous with religion. This nation is of Hindus and that nation is of Muslims. So these were very new things that remained unexplained by the author. And so this is how the plot went on. And at the end, she said that these such kind of a loss, it damages the psychological equilibrium of people. People can move on from the pain and from the trauma, but they cannot move on from what are those small details. For example, the smell of the food that they used to cook there, that their mothers and grandmothers used to cook, the clothes, the fabric that I discussed. So these details, they keep on reminding the victims again and again about these loss. So similarly, in the another novel by Veera Hiranandani, it is a story of a 12-year-old Hindu girl, Nisha. The story is stuck in chaos of partition in 1947. And it is the time when they had to move from Mirpur Khas in West Pakistan to Jodhpur in India. So they had a cook. His name was Qazi, and he was Muslim. So on Nisha's 12th birthday, Qazi gave her a diary, and while giving her this diary, he said that as far as we are going from our early years, we are in practice of unlearning our past. So the past that constitutes of memories, values, cultures, and ethnicity. So someone should be there to record these things that will happen. And because when we will grow up, we'll be too busy. So it is applicable to today's time also. As far as we are moving from 1947, we are in a practice of losing these small individual details related to partition, and which are very important for us to learn about our own history and our own culture. So the story is a step towards an effort to renew the faith in humanity, and at the same time, it makes the past accessible to present readers. It also conveys one of the most important Indian values of love and tolerance. Qazi, being a Muslim, is shown as one of the important part of the family. He even went to the extent to cross the borders behind the family of Nisha to reunite with them. So this is what the story tells us. And the separation of Qazi and family, it signified the separation of Hindus and Muslim, and separation of the joint culture that we had shared. So in the end, I would like to say that these narratives, they they are kind of a hidden chest for treasures, hidden chest of treasure for our present generation, for us to learn something from them. And what passes is just time measured in dates and months and years. The past, the trauma, that the loss that we have suffered, it cannot be in a way, I should say, it cannot be forgotten. So one must be in a practice of remaining close to these cultures and these values, and the focus should be that we choose to remember what keeps us close to the ebullient past, which will direct us to the similar future. And the best learning from partition studies is to spread the narratives of multicultural and multi-religious civilization. Thank you. Thank you. This is all from my side.
Hello, ma'am.
Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I have some questions in her presentations and ma'am presentation. Ma'am, did you find any cultural discriminations in your work, ma'am? In your author's work, ma'am?
Yes.
Did you find any
I found the same in both the novel.
Okay, ma'am. Can you elaborate? Can you explain, ma'am? What did you find? How did you? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. In Reena Nanda's novel From Quetta to Delhi, I found this cultural difference when the country was united and we were close to Muslim society and Muslim community, and also to the people of I mean, I cannot recall what the people of those community are specifically called, but the mother and grandmother of the author, they used to feel envious of in a way of those people, because they had a different culture of wearing shoes in their homes, of letting people into their quilts as well, those who used to come from outside. But in Punjabi culture, people do not used to follow that. The guest used to sit in the room which is very close to the main street, so they were not allowed to enter into the inner rooms. So that is why the author's grandmother also doesn't allow her granddaughter to visit her friends from who belong to the other cultures. And also in the Veera Hiranandani's novel, I've told you that Kazi, he used to have a separate culture and religion as well. So people from outside, they used to treat him in a different way, and they used to also tell Nisha and her family that why have you kept a Muslim servant at your home at these times, especially he may betray you, or he has a different background, so you should not keep people from different backgrounds to your home. So there are many other such instances. I would have quoted from the book, but since I haven't written the paper in that way, so this is all I can explain.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your colorful answer. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Komal, ma'am. Next, I request K. Prabhakar, PhD scholar, Jamal Muhammad College, Tiruchirappalli, to present the paper on the title Survival Strategies of Protagonists in Bharati Mukherjee's Desirable Daughters.
Very good evening to one and all. Am I audible, madam? Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You are audible. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So my topic is survival strategies of protagonists of Bharati Mukherjee's Desirable Daughter. So straight away, I'm going to discuss the topic survival strategies of protagonists in Bharati Mukherjee's Desirable Daughters. The novel Desirable Daughters starts with a quotation from Sanskrit verse saying that no one behind, no one ahead. The path the ancients cleared has closed, and the others' path, everyone's path, easy and wide goes nowhere. I'm alone and find my way. It says that neither old nor new culture, nor tradition may lead to changes unless you find your ways of living. In Disabled Daughters, Bharati Mukherjee has made an attempt to highlight her desire for a third world space between acculturation and assimilation through the immigrant protagonist Tara Chatterjee. Tara Chatterjee, the chief narrator of the novel, attempts to discover the complexities of a personal life and a material life in California with a deep-rooted consciousness of her identity as an Indian woman. The novel traces the life of the three Bengali Brahmin daughters, Tara, Batma, and Parvati. The protagonist and other women characters are forgetting their real identities in the social cultural situation. They are born in a wealthy Bengali family, received Orthodox mother. They are well educated, intelligent, and artistic. Tara explains her early life in Calcutta. Our bodies changed, but our behavior never did. Rebellion sounded like a lot of fun. My life was one long childhood until I was thrown into marriage. Their sense of belongingness is constantly revived like the name of Tara. The story takes place in modern day San Francisco, where Tara Lata, the namesake of the tree bride, is divorced from her wealthy husband, Bish, and is raising her 15-year-old son Ravi. She has a white American lover, Andy. Her depiction of her son Ravi, who is a typical result of cross-cultural uprooting, brings out the contrast of imposing an Indian pattern of parenthood. Tara, as an adventurous woman, refuses to see herself as a foreign. As anything but American, she can define herself through what she is not, but struggles to identify what and who she is. She describes herself as feeling invisible, but to her, this invisibility is freeing. The element of alienation has become an important aspect of the immigrant experience. In Desirable Daughters, the heroine Tara is an Indian at heart who feels lost in a foreign world. As Mukherjee writes in Desirable Daughter, I don't belong here, despite my political learning. Worse, I don't want to belong. The heroine and protagonist of the novel, Desirable Daughters, Tara, reveals the sense of belongingness in a foreign land. Moreover, in the entire land of San Francisco, there is no one close to her and no company of her own. The novel Desirable Daughter is not only a nostalgic story of remembrance of the past, but also reconstruction and revalidation of Tara's identity. It is her inverted story of mobility, says that Naiman. Tara has two sisters, one is Batma and another one is Parvati. Batma, she is so popular in East Indian artistic circles, simply she is a kind of Americanized Indian princess. She is always addressed as Didi. And another sister of Parvati was married and settled in Mumbai, the wife of a wealthy traditional Bengali businessman. Her life revolves around her two sons, her visiting in-laws, and her aging parents. In the meantime, Tara describes how she and her other sisters are protected and safeguarded by their parents before marriage. It explains undoubtedly that there is some code of conduct assigned to Tara and her sisters whenever they are inside their home. Tara portrays that it is a part of the tradition that a woman is always confined and does not have the power to tell the name of her husband. However, when she moves to America, she has learned a new culture and ready to follow that. Meanwhile, Tara's best friend breaks up with her and moves out of the apartment they had shared. Eventually, she finds that Christopher has a history of fraud and deception, but in finding the truth, she must confront Batma about her past. The events force Tara to confront the harsher aspect of her past and the culture she was raised in. The final part of the novel is a kind of spiritual wind-up that attempts to tie the strands of fate, sexual secrets, sexuality, and female abuse together. Finally, Tara decides to find her roots by traveling back to India with her son. The two travel along a path amidst imagery that echoes the descriptions used in the tale of the tree bride at the beginning of the novel. Tara has a vision of kerosene lamps that again echoes the opening scene and experiences a spiritual moment of wonder. So I'm trying to conclusion part. In Desirable Daughters, the immigrant women Tara's Americanization is achieved through the help of white American lover Andy. Tara and her sisters set out to apply new adopted values in their lives. They want to progress as individuals. Self-construction of character is visible. Tara's search for her identity in the multicultural land of America is perfectly presented in the altered socio-cultural problems She decides to establish her identity against the tradition to which she belongs. Proudly, she attaches the Indian identity she is maintaining in herself, both Indian and American identities, amalgamating the new culture. Thus, the protagonists of expatriates and immigrants cannot split themselves entirely from their cultural roots and ethnic past. Two cultures are mingled with them. The future man or woman is to be created with the citizenship and something more in the globalized state, armed to get their birthright as citizenship of both and get recognition from local identity to global identity. Thank you to Vananda for patience and cooperation with me. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have some questions.
Sir, please.
Sir, does your writer portray any culture, racial discrimination in her work, sir? Does he portray any racial discrimination
Yes,
in
sir.
her work, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bharati Murthy has discussed all the novels with racial discrimination, gender biases, color prejudice, male domination, victimization, and relating to other culture shocks. She has discussed these are all the matters in her novels, sir. Almost
Sir,
all her novels are discussed with these are all the things.
Okay,
Particularly,
sir.
she has discussed. Yes, sir.
Sir, you said that she is discussed with male discriminations. Can you explain it, sir?
So male discrimination in this novel also male discrimination has discussed, sir. Something
okay. Hello?
Sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are not audible, sir. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This novel, the Desirable Daughter, according to Bharati Mukherjee, she has discussed a male domination in this novel also, sir. There are, I mean, the protagonist Tara has followed some code of conduct inside the family. So this is also a kind of this explained about. I mean, what you call that word? Male domination, sir. So that is discussed about the male dominations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
nice
sir.
presentation. Nice
Thank you
presentation,
so
sir.
much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Next.
Thank you, sir.
Anand, sir. Anand, sir. Next, can I call out my students?
Yeah. You call me, sir. You call me. Amalraj, sir. You can call me. Your student.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Shalini. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Shalini from DrKK College.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great regards to all. I am going to concentrate on the topic transnational identities and ethnic and specific themes in Jhumpa Lahiri novels. The plots of Jhumpa Lahiri show an intentional movement from the cognizance of original diaspora in interpreter of Maldives to second-era diaspora worries of multicultural osmosis. The namesake and accustomed with plots that they are cut off reality, the tales of interpreter of Maldives have plots that are stories of arrangement between societies, either with regards to the diaspora circumstance or with regards to the working class society in Calcutta. And Lahira is epic. The namesake is a clear paradigmatic plot, including the advancement of progressive ages of the Ganguly family towards assimilation in America. There is no ethnic clash, and the attention stays on unconventional private matters. For example, Gogol's theme, the more drawn-out length of stories and common everyday circumstances managed in unaccustomed yet served to underscore the disappointment and social disharmony of the subsequent age and its trade-off to turn into a piece of standard society. And Jumpa's Latin books, Just Goodness and No One's Business, are the most probable up-and-comes in the assortment to be anthologized for at any rate two significant reasons. From one perspective, there are both extraordinary cases of Lahiri's prudent and misleadingly straightforward writing, which strangely permits her to infiltrate the most profound openings of her characters in bad scenes. On the other, they're courageous women and translationals who are so used to moving the world over and coming into contact with different societies that it is hard to consider them having a place in the specific culture. And in just goodness, Sudha is a Bengali American alumni understudy chipping away at her second MA degree at the London School of Economics, regardless of her effective academic profession and her marriage with a British craftsmanship student of history, Roger Featherstone, whose principal reason in life is to satisfy her. Sudha bears some liable sentiments about her most youthful siblings' drinking propensities. She feels dependable on the ground that she was a person who incidentally acquainted Rahul with liquor, and she knows that her flocks will never concede that their child has a significant issue. And what are you saying, Sudha? Her mom asked, sounding annoyed. Her dad didn't put down his paper, yet she deducted that he had quit pursuing. And Sudha realized that what she was going to state was something they expected and furthermore instinctively dreaded as subordinate kids who are going to be slapped. That it was dependent upon her to convey the blow. I figure Ragul may tend to drink it too. Sudha, please, her mom said. After relay, she added, I assemble everybody at American University drinks. She talked as though drinking were an undergrad division. As stage one grew out, although Sudha puts forth extraordinary attempts to divert her siblings' life during her visit to the US, it turns out to be progressively evident that they are without any result. Rahul exits school, meets a more established un- uninformed lady, makes a scene during Roger and Sudha's gathering party, and in long run deserts the family home without leaving a note behind. Still, when Sudha at last gets a letter from her siblings a year later, she promptly consents to welcome him to meet his new nephew Neil in London, although shockingly where during the belt week Rahul goes through her sister's family, he even becomes exceptionally partial to the youngster. Just like the case with the treatment of the other contemporary social illness, Lahiri demonstrates particularly skillful and tough in speaking to the outcomes that liquor addiction normally has for the individual and his or her nearest kinfolk. In spite of the fact that we just will see Ragul's viewpoint in the story through his conduct and exchanges, the creator picks the perfect term to catch his reformist decrees and the sort of danger and this postures for his family. There are a few stories in the assortment in which the guardian's obstruction with their posterity marriage plans and decision is very obvious. This being a customary social practice in India, it is not a referred prior on or as though all hints of the old culture has been precluded from a book. Impact of the folks' unique culture or to their assumptions regarding the sort of individuals that their children and girls ought to into. In Skillinger's assessment, the generational classes Lahiri portrays cut across public lines, the influxes of adoration, rivalry analysis that stream between the two families could happen between the Smiths and the Taylors in any rural town. Hema and Kaushik initially meet as young people when the kid's family come to remain with the young lady when they locate an appropriate house in the Boston rural areas. Hema falls convertly enamored with the more seasoned Kaushik, matured 16, yet he appears to be generally oblivious and gives little consideration to her student jokes. Hema folks additionally grumble that the Chowdhuries seem to have changed during their 7 year stay in India. Be that it may, the purpose began Kaushik luminous and his folks' threat is the lost uncovered. That's Kaushik's mother, has seen another specialist at Mass General. This is the place where my dad regularly takes her when they stay. They will see houses. She will have a medical procedure in the spring. It's just to get her somewhat more time. She doesn't need anybody here to know now until the end that data fell between us as stunning as though it had struck me in the face. And I started to cry from the outset. The tears fell quietly, sliding over my almost frozen face, yet I began bawling, getting terrible before you. My nose running vulnerable, my eyes turning red. Kaushik's mother, terminal malignant growth clarifies, obviously, their unusual contact previously and causes Hema to acknowledge how unjustifiable her folks had been in their decisions. The second story in this part years and happened 5 years after the fact and spotlights generally on Kausik's pain for her mom's demise, who is additionally bothered by his dad's brief marriage with a lot more youthful Indian widow Chitra, who is a mother of 2 girls by one way or another and reasonably one more Kausik. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Amalraj sir.
Thank you, Pa. Thank you. Truly nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next. Anandan, sir. Dr. Anandan, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Anandan, sir.
Hello,
Dr. Anandan,
sir.
You have to
Shall
call
I,
out.
shall I present my project, sir? Hinduja.
Wait. Anandan, sir.
Tell me, sir.
Please call out the next candidate, sir, to present their respective purpose.
Yeah. Okay, sir. You can call upon other presenter.
I'd like to call upon Himani Sharma from Indira Gandhi, Delhi Technical University for Women to present the paper Evocating Space Through Fictional Works and written by Rahima Pranam and Maria Chowdhury.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? My name is Himani Sharma. I am a PhD scholar at Indira Gandhi, Delhi Technical University for Women, Delhi. The title of my research paper is Textual Analysis of Third World Women Negotiating Space Through Fictional Works written by Tehmima Anam and Maria Chaudhary. My research supervisor, Dr. Bhavya ma'am, helped me to write this paper, and she is also present today. I'm not very well, so I will try my best to give a very brief presentation. The main 2 keywords used in the title are third space and third world women. The concept of third space was introduced by Dr. Homi K. Bhabha as a departure from the established identity notions, which considered subject identity as static and fixed. Dr. Bhabha seeks to establish the
Himani, are you able to present? Because I find you quite unwell. Are you
yes,
able to speak from? I think exertion to nahi le rahi ho.
Ma'am, I'll speak to the point till I can speak.
Yes. Give a very brief presentation, beta, because I can sense from your voice you are quite unwell.
Yes.
Okay. All the best, beta. Continue.
Dr. Bhabha seeks to establish the idea of construction and reconstruction of identity. To connect this idea of third space to women, it is observed that as per normative social structure.
Himani ma'am.
Yes, sir.
If you're not well, please wind up your presentation. No problem.
Sir, actually, she has been down with fever for the past
Ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So just wind up your presentation. No problem.
Himani, you can simply give your conclusion.
Just to conclude your idea.
Sir, both protagonists of the selected novels, they refuse any stereotype, religious and regional identities which is imposed onto them. And they both reinvent their claim as self-sufficient, progressive women. They detach themselves from predefined roles of womanhood. They choose the path beyond predefined structure, and they inhabit a new and challenging third space, which shows their ability to negotiate circumstances and move from one space to another.
Himani ma'am,
Thank you so much.
I think it's set up.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Sir, my student is a very, very bright research scholar, and I have
Yeah.
seen and heard her presentations. But I believe she's really very unwell. She's at the IGDTW hostel at the moment, and COVID test has been done. One report is negative, the other is awaited. But I personally feel that she's, unable to speak also properly. But I can vouch for her that she has written a very good paper, very good quality paper. So thank you, sir, for your support and kindness.
Anand
Thank
sir,
you. Thank you, ma'am. Tell me, ma'am.
Anand sir, Dr. Reena here. May I present my paper?
Yeah. Carry on, ma'am. Carry on.
Okay. Good afternoon, my fellow academicians. I'm Dr. Reena Singh, and I'll be presenting my paper on things fall apart. I have studied it in my post graduation, and I have been teaching this paper in my MA students. And since then I have been very much in touch, because somewhere I feel that this tragedy or the fall of their culture is very much akin to our Indian fall of colonial, inhibitions. So my title is Rereading of the Myths, Folktales, and Proverbs in Things Fall Apart. The story play a very important role in making, a person from a kid to a mature, responsible one who loves the fact that his or her nation holds certain tradition and old wisdom of communication. So somewhere around 1880s, the human race worldwide felt the need of preserving the oral communication between groups and societies developed within one's country. Folk life was the essence of person's defining attribute in terms of traditional, ethical, social, and cultural possessions. Folk stories, tales, myth, legend, ballad, relics, songs, fables, nursery tales, rhymes, proverbs, riddles, in uniformity are the functional part of the society, which has a solid past of customs and traditional lifestyle. So somewhere through Achebe's short stories, we could sense how passionately, he devoted himself in reliving the next generation with the old wisdom and oral life through medium of stories. So in Chinua's Achebe's first book, Things Fall Apart, which was written in 1958, we sense and feel the system of myths, rituals, customs, and songs working their way out very productively. Author makes it very important that the reader should experience how the great belief system of customs, religion, myth, and superstitions are getting ignored. The village life with a stance of good communication level is shown at the very first page of the book, which refines the good motive of the writer. He describes the setting where he finds spectator beating drums and singing flutes, the traditional Igbo lifestyle. He also tries to describe the old people lifestyle, the social and the cultural relationship in the regard. He makes easy for us through his books to understand what art, craft, religion, and rituals were in their times. But after the hazardous colonial and post colonial past that Africa had and the way the real African life was shadowed, it was a great move by Achebe to redefine certain uncut relations. Achebe also explains that, however talented a writer is, if he or she doesn't experience certain things on their own, they certainly can never recreate those events. The way negritude was celebrated, China wanted to change it as a whole. Chinua wanted to change it as a whole. He wanted to re-implement those lost traditional values to make life more enriched for the new generation and the ones too struggling in the past. Things Fall Apart shows the effectiveness and distinctive power of oratory. This is where my paper is focused on. There are so many dominating examples which prove the strength and the tension power of Igbo lifestyle, culture, and social milieu. Through the writing of this book, Achebe was himself learning and teaching the audience that his ancestral past was beautiful and worth engaging into. He understood that when people start to question about the society and its worth, they should always dig into their past and find out how beautiful it is. So, with this hallmark work in the world of African writing, we see Achebe successfully reestablishes the distorted and subjugated past of Africa with the hands of colonialism and its aftermath. He also contributed his knowledge towards presenting the real picture of the Africa to colonial world. He wanted them to understand at any cost that they obviously hold a very rich history and traditional life, which they categorized as savage. His work spoke from the character's perspective, how all of them saw Africa uh, and how the white man saw them. So this work by Achebe was like a mission where he wanted to regain Africa's identity and retell the cultural importance they all had. And as a writer and native of Africa, Achebe becomes the orator who's able to communicate the interior of African village Milu. He's able to draw the different sides of Igbo's spectacular nature, where the language conveys a very soothing taste and rhythm is flawless. The use of old proverbs is a masterstroke, playing a feel oral culture to its redefining the whole cultural and social setup through this. Things Fall Apart is a live example of universal communication where native feel is always present with a twist of European language and still connecting to concern of the moment. Achebe recreates everything in a way that oral customs and traditions are established at a very basic level for us. The book opens up a wrestling match which shows the traditional beliefs of Igbo society. Proving of man's strength was an important element of the old conventional system. Beating of drums, playing of flutes, sounds of the other musical instruments resides in mass belief of any traditional activity. Is a part of the first chapter of the book. Uh, Narratives are the central part of African society. The imaginative level and the different faculties of folk tales and fables in total define the huge structure of African oral culture. The book that is being discussed here explains the most innovative themes, traditional and indigenous factors that make up to be called as oral tradition. To explain the above discussion, I would generate an example here. As previously said, this book is written from the interior of disoriented modern Nigeria. And here speaking about is not necessarily about portraying the negatives from the good times is more important. Okonwo is a hubristic character which in the book that is fighting for his community, but he never understands which culture he is defending. I would like to talk about this particular character, who is who's trying to defend the culture and Okongo. But parallelly, we see the Indian culture since colonies were disintegrated, but still our mind is a small colony of British world. We have turned out to be a limbo. We have not so attached with our past tradition because we don't completely understand it, and we are not also part of the Western world. So somewhere we are like a limbo. We have not got we are actually in a no man's land if we consider culture. And somewhere we have become a very confused generation, like Okongo, who actually is defending its own culture, but he is like of no idea that what actually he's defending, what actually he's looking at. As Bill Ashcroft very beautifully writes in, The Empire Writes Back, about how we have to, regain uh, our confidence and conviction in our past, and we have to start looking at our past with that beauty that if Africans are as dark they are, they should be they were used to consider themselves to be beautiful. The more the thick lips they had, they were considered more attractive. So similarly, they should go back to the past. They should not act like Michael Jackson, who completely made himself white, you see. So but still it's a very big question to come up, that are we really with that awareness, are we really defending a past which really owns us? Somewhere this is a big question that is coming up, like as Salman Rushdie wrote in his Imaginary Homeland, that when we try to regain past, it's like a lost. You cannot get the past in the same way, because if you go, like, you are a diasporic, you come back to your nation, you find that 20 years back the nation is not the same, and but you in your imagination is trying to find out that past with that particular thought process and imagination, which makes you disillusioned. So somewhere, as we being a part of this particular world, post-colonial world, somewhere I believe we have turned out to be a confused generation, what to consider to be ours, what not to. With this, I would like to end my paper. Any questions that you would like to come up with?
Thank you, ma'am.
Kanchi Mamanil Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, Puducherry, to present her paper.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am J. Priyanka from Kanjima Munivar Postgraduate Studies, Puducherry. My topic is Twist for Cultural Identity in the selected poems of Desmond and Kermaflan. Yes, in day-to-day human life and dealing, cultural interest, quest, and identities grabs a vital position. In fact, culture has become significant and much used academic and substantive category of construction and relation, not only in practical life, but also in academic and popular writing. I just quote Chris Barker's famous book that is Cultural Studies Theory and Practice, where he says culture contains an array of human forms and relations ranging from micro interpersonal interactions to group norms, process and values to communicative forms, provided text and images, wider out to institutional forms and constraints to social representation and social imagery, wider out still to economic, political and ideological determination. Yes, in my article, I just focused on two poems by Desmond L. Kermaflan from Shillong, a contemporary poet from Meghalaya. He's a poet and a folklorist, and now he's presently working as a professor and head of the department in creative and cultural studies in Northeastern Hill University. Coming to three major poetry volumes, so far he published the very famous or Touchstone, Here, and Homecoming. In most of the works, we could find the contemporary socio-cultural concerns of Meghalaya, the cultural past, and environmental changes are the main subjects that are dealt in his poetry. Yes, coming to the northeast side of India, that is literature from northeast side originates with a variety of manners in terms of their culture, civilization, ethnicities, and religious practices. Often we could find the clash between indigenous and foreign culture, and they also protest their and voice out for their identity and their concern for ecology and their respect for their culture or consider some of the common themes that we see in the writings of Northeast Indian literature. Coming to the poetry, generally they replicate the traumas of a society in transition. I just quote from the review of Northeast literature by Soso Tham that where he says the rich merging traditions of the past and the disordered developments of the present create a battle in poet mind. So the poet sees a people, often themselves included, losing their way completely in the violent cultural changes of the time. There is born a desire in them to rehabilitate the past as high culture, for they realize that in every myth is embedded the wisdom of the race and that every legend speaks in overtone. In my article, that is by Desmond, I just say the poem name, that is The Conquest. So where the poet searches for his identity. So he has a profound love towards his native land, but his hometown in return inclines to lose its identity and rather it becomes a metropolitan city in turn. So the elementary nature of his hometown loses its value and imperil to change as the British made presence to their land. So here the poet says or portrays the impact of colonization. I just quote the lines from the poem that is, to nurture their seed, later came the British with gifts of bullets, blood, money, and religion. So from this, we can say that how looking at the past, the poet feels that past is permeating, yet the past and present interface with a sense of longing. That is the emotional past that ultimately leads to sadness, played with some irony and sarcasm. So here he says that the colonial period gave only the gift of bullets, which took over the other things and eventually ruined their inherent pace of their native people. So in the poem, he concludes the poem in Conquest that you stick and land how they love your teeming soil, your bruised children. One of them told me, yours is a truly metropolitan city. So now we could find the friction between the self and identity begins with the realization of the poet Kasi ancestry, where the past for the whites were accountable for the enlightenment on one side, but when we go to the look at the other side, they just wipe out the indigenous cultural identity. So this is the main point. Just the poet is arguing in his poem. Coming to the post-colonial period, where it is considered a burden of survival in the Arctic and violence-ridden modern-day situation. So, this yearning for native roots leads the poet to sightsee his land's fascinating legends and folk traditions. He just reached out to a distant village named Pahambir, and from the term Pahambir, he just wrote a poem named Letter from Pahambir. I just quote few lines from that poem where the poet says the cultural sees the cultural roots amid the hybrid generation. So forgetful generation, our hearts tapping, our rhythm spanned in shame, a shame that split our present from our past. We have suckled for so long on the wisdom of falsehood, we ourselves our own worst enemies. I unquote. So here the poet worries about the new westernized culture that given them the new lease of life. But on the other side, they list forgotten their identity and culture and little bit day to day on the upcoming days, they get devastated. So through that, what the poet feels is that the poet realized that the only way to come out of it is to identify the past, the native roots to which they belong. So he realized that instead of searching their identity, first find out their past and try to follow the native. That's the point. He just concluding it. Yeah. Thus, I conclude the poets from Northeast region try to offer a resolution to the last tradition by the arrival of westernization and the native roots, which link them to their beloved land, their people's culture and their present, and the most important, that is the roots of the past that seems to be lost to them. This enjoying tension and sadness are engendered by the poetic self, which studies the reality and tries to ease the pangs of living in pain by the revival of the days of yore. So Desmond L. Camouflage is one such poet who passionately employed his identity through a connection of his native roots, which is lost in the Tamil choice. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Amal sir, I request our chairperson to ask any question if you have. Amal sir. Right. Dear participants, do you have any question?
Okay. Next, I would like to call on S. Vidya, PhD scholar of Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, to present the paper on a study on the battle between convention and defiance in U.R. Anandamurthy's Samskara, a right for a dead man.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, audible.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Vidya, PhD scholar from Kanchima College. The title of my paper is Decaying of Brahmin's Culture and Values, a study on the battle between convention and defiance in U.R. Anandamurthy Samskara, a right for a dead man. U.R. Anandamurthy Samskara is a religious novel. It describes the concept of Hinduism and highly discusses about the Hindu myths. This novel discusses about the decaying of Brahminism in all concerned regions, which created a lot of controversies. It was about the compulsory ritual that should be done to a dead man, and the entire story deals about it. There was a battle between tradition and resistance in this novel. Due to excessive orthodox followed by the Agrahara people, there were few characters in the novel through whom the author illustrates the decaying of Brahminism because the traditions were imposed on them. Narayanappa, who was Brahmin by birth, hates and he was against their traditions. The other character, Praneshacharya, who was considered to be Acharya and esteemed position as Brahmin, preaches everyone, but his mind also changes in between, and he also breaks the culture and values of Brahminism. This novel evolves around these two characters, namely Narayanappa and Praneshacharya, who was a Brahmin by birth, but they were against their culture, and it discusses about their transformation. It evolves around the theme that who is a Brahmin and how he is made. It also illustrates about the meaning and the meaningless ritual and the battle between their desire and salvation. Evils in social life is also discussed in this novel through the character Narayanappa, who was a Brahmin once and later turns against Brahminism. He died, and this novel entirely discusses upon the commotion that takes place for cremating his body. Nanarappa was against Brahminism. The Brahmins were not willing to touch the body of Nanarappa because he had contacts with lower caste. So all the people neglected him because he was living with a lower caste woman, and he consumes alcohol and eats meat that a Brahmin should not do as it was against their culture. So self-examination and rejuvenation in a realistic manner would be noticed through the depiction of character Narayanappa, who was born as a Brahmin but started to develop hatred towards Brahminism. So I'll quote a famous saying by Nanarappa. He says that, let's see who wins in the end, you or me. I'll destroy Brahminism. I certainly will. So through this, I see how he has developed hatred towards Brahminism. So he says that he destroyed Brahminism. So through that, we can understand that how much hatred he had developed towards Brahminism because so many rules and excessive restrictions were imposed on him. So he had contacts with Muslims and he was against their traditions. He has also committed some mistakes like he does this actually. He comes to the river in a full view of all the Brahmins and take the holy stone that we have worshipped for generations and throws it into the water and spits after it. Condone everything if you wish, but didn't he willfully before our eyes? Being Muslims over and eat and drink forbidden things in the wide open yard. So even if the Brahmin questions him, the fellow Brahmin questions him, he would start abusing him. So societal taboos were entirely broken up when Nanarappa's hatred against Brahminism was shown in many ways, and also it talks about the spiritual life and religion that has its own divisions and also dimensions. So crusade against the caste is clearly depicted through the character Nanarappa. Though Nanarappa did not stick to the rules of Brahminism, he encouraged other people to be against it. Culture is actually man-made. People follow Lord tradition even without knowing its meaning. Anandamurthy illustrates the decaying of culture and values by presenting Praneshacharya, a man who is known for all the Brahminical traditions at once and later turns against it. So it is almost about a transformation between the love for culture and finally the hatred for culture. And also it does about the oppressive structure that was imposed by the community. The impact of the caste system was clearly illustrated through each and every scene in the novel. Thus the novel Samskara, I conclude, thus the novel Samskara discusses about the decaying Brahmin's culture and values. It has a complex relationship between the myth and the thought in Hinduism. The traditional pattern reindeer was a question mark, and the characters were in search for the answer. Pranishacharya life has been divided into 4 stages of life, where his first stage is about celibate student, and then as a householder, and his third stage as a forest dweller, and at the end he becomes an estate renouncer. Yuva Anandamurti, through this novel, presents his view about the decaying of Hinduism, and he says that only the novel ends, but it does not conclude. So it's a very strong word actually. He said the novel ends, but it does not conclude, because he is not ready to give any solution to this novel, but he just wanted to represent what is happening in the society. So he says this word, the novel only ends, but it does not conclude. And thus, this novel gives a strong message about the social injustice and the superiority of the caste. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Sindhuja. I would like to present my project. I am from Annai College of Arts and Science. My topic is social perspectives in Pygmalion. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma, you are audible. You can continue.
Sindhuja, you can carry on.
Yeah, okay, sir. My topic is social perspectives in Pygmalion. Abstract of it. Social perspective is a collective reaction of the workers toward the inhumane treatments applied by the capitalist. The collectiveness creates a group awareness of the workers as an exploited social perspectives. This is in qualitative research using Marxist criticism, which is theorized by various scholars to analyze the struggle of Eliza Doolittle. She is a major of the character. The main character in Pygmalion as the portrait of the unstabbed struggle of the working social perspectives to have their rights which are deliberately ignored by the capitals. Keywords of it: social perspectives, exploitation, antagonism, aspirations. Introduction of my project. Let's see about it. Social perspectives in the play Pygmalion by George Bernard Shaw depicts people's ability to through society regardless of the social distinction that exists. This is the major words in this play. Could you understand? Then, the social perspectives. Pygmalion pictures the class conflict between the capitalist versus the workers and satirizes the social ignorance in which the labor regulations by the ruling class and the political economic practiced by the capitalist. We know very well that one do not meet with the needs and the aspirations of the working social perspectives. It appears that the conflict in the drama is between the professor and his student, but since the conflict is brought to light due to human exploitation, practiced by a man of higher social class to a girl of lower social class, the writer strongly insists that the conflict is brought to light due to human exploitation. Practiced by a man of a higher social class to a girl of lower social class. That's only her drawback. The writer strongly insists that the conflict symbolizes the class antagonism between the capital holding class and the working class. Yes, this both only major of in this play. I would like to say conclusion of my project. This tendency can entail some loss of the perspective that is provided by seeing the entire, the process by which students conform teacher expectation. The study creates some interesting for future. Then now I would like to say my references. Moore, G. 1998, Restorative Justice and Earned Redemption. Next, Becker, H. 1963, Outsiders, New York Free Press. Then Power Guide. I got from that something. Garfinkel, H. 1956, Condition of Successful Degradation Ceremonies, American Journal of Sociology, 61, 420, then 424. This is my project. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sindhuja.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Dharani, Associate Professor of Trichy Engineering College, to present her papers.
Excuse me, ma'am. My name is Manjusha. When you read the
Manjusha, ma'am,
yes.
please wait.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Dharani, ma'am, are you there?
Answer.
Tell me.
Sir, Amalraj,
sir, tell me.
Sir, can I call out my students? Can I call upon my
students? Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute.
Okay, sir.
There is a person named Dharani.
Yeah.
Dharani.
Sir, I am here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay. Good afternoon to all. I am Sharmi, PhD Research Scholar of Nesamani Memorial Christian College, Martandam, Kanyakumari District. I have titled my paper Indian Spirituality Towards Degradation in Geeta Mehta's Karmakola. The author, Geeta Mehta, is a renowned Indian writer who has written 5 books, 3 non-fiction books, and 2 novels, having India and its culture as the main theme. As an Indian writer who has lived for some time in England and the United States, Geeta Mehta witnessed the sight of European and American disciples proclaiming that the mystery lost in their lives could be sought only in the land of the Orient. My paper studies the gradual deterioration of Indian spirituality in the hands of pleasure-seeking Western seekers and Indian fake gurus who grew out to make profit. Hello?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. Please.
Okay. My paper also explores the dangers involved in the misleading amalgamation of karma and kola, as discussed in the 12 chapters of Karma Kola. In the 1960s, sickened by materialistic life and disillusionment, the young Westerners surged to India to seek peace. Geeta Mehta's Karma Kola explores the Westerners' search for spiritual enlightenment in the teachings of Eastern religions, in the course of which both the Western seekers and Eastern teachers are willing to exploit and be exploited in order to obtain what they need. Most of the so-called gurus, so-called fake gurus, want money, whereas most. Can you hear me, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Your voice is breaking, ma'am. Frequently, your voice is breaking, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sir.
Continue, ma'am.
I think there is some power fluctuation. Can you hear me, sir, now?
Oh, you are audible, ma'am. Now you are audible.
Yeah, okay. Most of the so-called gurus want money, whereas most seekers want some kind of spiritual attainment. The exploitation expands to a great extent that the spiritual teachers use spirituality as a lucrative business of earning money. An Indian concept karma is misunderstood and wrongly interpreted by the uneducated and fake gurus. To get immediate economic gain, the gurus joined their hands with the commercial people to sell Indian soft power. The traditions of an ancient society were turned into commodities by these fake spiritual teachers and sold to those who made their lives astray through their indulgence in taking drugs and drinking. They patronized, that is, the gurus patronized such bizarre ways of life to popularize Indian culture as commodity for sale. The word cola in Karma Cola implies the Western drink cola, that is Coca Cola, which symbolizes emptiness and lack of refinement and culture. And these spiritual seekers can be identified by their use of drinks, casual life, drugs, and sexual excesses. Their philosophy is all you need is love. Their life is characterized by sexual liberation, free and open love relationships, and extensive travel. They gradually deviated from their original goal and led a life of indiscipline, drinking, gossiping, and sightseeing. In the name of spirituality, sex and drug abuse became routine to their lives. These seekers casually migrated from the West for getting instant freedom. Instant wisdom, and exhibit simple faith in the supreme power of the gurus. What attracted these young Westerners is the belief that Indian gurus have control over the mind. Within the least knowledge of the Oriental philosophy, they just moved all of a sudden in a touring temperament to India in search of spirituality. Only a few understood that it was not a matter of merrymaking but a lot of sacrifices in order to attain spiritual enlightenment. To conclude, Karmakola brings to the limelight how the Western seekers and Indian fake gurus commercialized the lofty concepts of Indian philosophy and made India a picnic spot for pleasure. The cunning gurus have misled not only the gullible foreigners but also spread vices among the locals. Karma is commoditized in exchange of cola, that is, spirituality is marketed for money. Scriptures made the meaning of spirituality clear, but the so called Indian gurus and the pleasure seeking Westerners deteriorated the original meaning of spirituality. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Anand, sir. Anand, sir.
Amalraj, sir.
Yes, sir. Please call out to the next candidate, sir.
Don't you have any questions, sir?
No, sir. I have nothing, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, next I would like to call Dharani, Associate Professor of Trichy Engineering College, to present the paper. Ma'am, Dharani, ma'am. Dharani, ma'am, are you there? Dharani, ma'am.
Yes,
Sir, Dharani ma'am is coming to present her paper, sir.
Anand, sir. Anand, sir. Anand, sir.
Amalraj, sir.
Yes, sir. Please call out the next candidate, sir. Call out the next
candidate. Ma'am.
Yes,
Dharani,
sir.
ma'am.
I'm here. Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Yeah. You can continue,
Shall I
ma'am.
start,
You can
sir?
start.
Yes,
You can
the
start,
voice
ma'am. You
audio.
can start.
Thank you, thank you.
Wait a minute,
Very
ma'am.
good.
Amalraj, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tell me.
No, sir. Actually,
I think
was.
you called me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Dharani, ma'am. You can
Yes,
start.
sir. Oh, okay, sir. Let me start. Very good afternoon to the learned directories of the DICE for today's international conference organized by Annai College of Arts and Science. And I would like to thank them for giving me an opportunity to present a paper. And I would like to move forward for my paper presentation. Hello. Hello.
You can proceed, ma'am. You can proceed your paper, ma'am. You can present your paper.
Okay, sir. My topic, my paper presentation topic is Indian women culture in Anita Desai's novel By the Peacock. It is about Indian woman who undergoes all kind of sufferings faced by her in-laws. Indian writing English has seen one of the most powerful tools of the project, Indian culture society in an artistic manner, dealing with hard realities of Indian society. Indian women culture occupies a great significance in the world literature. Now we'll see the protagonist, Maya, who has undergone a very kind of born in a traditional family whose father is belongs to a very old culture and values. She's brought up in a pattered atmosphere and she's very unaware of the unpleasant realities of life. She tells in her own words, my childhood was one in which she was excluded, which grew steadily more restricted, unnatural even, and in which I lived as a toy princess in a toy world, but was a pretty one. Maya, the heroine of the novel, is very delicate woman who experiences psychotic reasons for alarm brought up by a predictions of an old priest who says that her husband will pass away after 4 years of her marriage. She is her husband is highly unsympathetic and he's sound and he's sensible man. She experiences contrary in a wedded life. Her father is very caring and nurturing her throughout her childhood days, but her husband is not of that kind of a person which she expected from him. Having for all intents and purposes nothing like in this particular manner, there are so many bonds in a marital bond. So there is much lack of communication between the husband and wife there. So this is another cultural thing that she expects the father's love in a husband's thing. She pushes him from a parapet in an attack of rage to transfer the prediction of the priest about her husband's death. It is also a novel which, just a minute, sir. The protagonist is a woman who have reached different states in life. Even then, there is a fragile inward trapped in her own skin. The emotional timeless sometimes lead to a violent death. Besides central theme of a novel, she also projects that it is
Ma'am, you are not audible, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Let me raise my voice, sir. But insensitive and understanding husband she has. It is full and source about a cultural and ethical husbands. Maya's marriage to Gautam with the lack of emotional attachment in contrast to her Joyce's childhood. Those past memories overshadow her present with gloom. She can establish no effective communication with her husband. Maya's life is, I would like to conclude, Maya's life is woven to her instincts and longs for emotional and physical satisfaction in marital life. But both these are denied to her, one by her Gautam's intellectually and indifference, and others is by her age. This I would like to quote it with Bhagavad Gita, in which Draupadi has also lost his 5 children, but still she has mental stability in life and she is able to handle her husband's anger and passion and all that. But here, unlike Maya, is unable to handle her husband, though brought up in a Brahmin family, though knowing the tradition and values of Indian culture and the Indian epic Mahabharata and Ramayana, still she is not able to handle her emotions as well as her husband's anger. She herself tries to push her husband from the terrace and kills him, and she tries to prove the words of the priest. So this is what I would like to say, that Anita Desai tried to bring close that really women are victim to the culture of our Indian culture, sir. That's it, sir. That's it.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Nice presentation. I have some questions in your presentation, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, how does Maya gone through any difficulties in the society, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is only purely that her father is very caring. She haven't left her house of her father's house. Everything she was pampered and brought up by her father's thing. Whatever she has came to her doorstep. And before she expected, her father brought her also. But it is not that case when she got married to Mr. Gautam. He is very sounded and very practical, realistic man. He always wanted her to do her work on her own. But that is the biggest thing that she never expected from her husband's part. She also longed her father's love through her husband's thing after marriage, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Nice, colorful answer, ma'am. Ma'am, and one more question that it is generally saying that Anita Dasa is a feminist writer. How did you apply, where did you find feminism in the works, ma'am?
Feminism in her work I have also seen in other novels of hers, like Fire in the Mountain, Voices in the City, Where Shall We Go This Summer, and all that stuff. Because really she has shown man-woman relationship where it really comes with, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks for it.
Nice presentation, ma'am. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Anandan sir, for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to call the Assistant Professor, P. Dhanasheeran of Sri Venkateshwara Arts and Science College.
Excuse me, my name is Manjusha. My name was read in the first 5 lists, but so far I was not called.
Okay, ma'am.
Can I present the paper now?
Yes, ma'am, you can present the paper.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Okay. So, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. So the paper, the title of my paper is Redefining Womanhood, Portrayal of Dalit Female Identity in Pawas, The Weave of My Life. Here I would like to discuss Pawas' portrayal of Dalit women in her book, The Weave of My Life, thereby contributing to the dissemination or propagation of Dalit culture and identity, especially women identity. So Dalit autobiographies are resistance measures that close the possibility of rejection and misrepresentation. Through writing, Dalits question the status given to them as peripheral. They are evidence of dissatisfaction, dissent, and struggle against various forms of discrimination, including institutional ideological domination. An important contribution of Dalit women writers in this regard is that they have given the life of their womanhood more clarity, and a close analysis of their narratives shows that they are presented via women as individuals with high spirit, energy, and enthusiasm, fighting against all odds in life and emerging as individuals with incredible credentials. Urmila Pawar is a Marathi Dalit activist, feminist historian, and writer from Mahar community. Her autobiography, Aiden, written in 2003 in Marathi and translated in English as Weave of My Life, is a landmark in the history of Dalit literature. It's a complex narrative of a gendered subaltern who serves her feminist identity from the caste identity and transcends social restrictions, thus making a commendable departure from the Dalit women in earlier Dalit autobiographies by men writers. Pawa presents a kaleidoscopic image of a variety of trials and tribulations Dalit women have to face in the caste society. She vividly portrays the subhuman existence, exploitation, and reduced status of extremely marginalized group in the society. Caught up in the web of many religious superstitions and social practices and crushed by poverty and hunger, these people are made to work free for the landlords, forced to do the menial work of disposing of dead animals, even while provided only with leftover food. Along with these miseries faced by Mahar community, Pawar also describes the fire of resistance in the Dalits and how Ambedkar ignited the fire in the hearts of Dalits, especially women. The narratives also traces the journey of her literary career. So women, according to feminists, is a cultural construct endowed with attributes of docility, confusion, fragility, weakness, and failure. Men are considered strong, mighty, triumphant, rational, and ideal. In India, Vedas, Puranas, and Upanishads and Puranas like Ramayana and the Mahabharata propagate this belief. In Ramayana, we see Sita is portrayed as a fragile being driven by destiny to many misfortunes one after the other. She has no control over her life and is always at the receiving end. Kate Millett reflects on the image of women projected in religious myth thus. To quote, the image of women as we know it is an image created by men and fashioned to suit their needs. These needs spring from the fear of otherness of women, unquote. So in Pawa's autobiography, we get to know the real life of Dalit women. She very proudly asserts that her women are very strong and their experiences have groomed her to be an independent woman.
Pava describes the hard labor of women of a community, and she narrates that unity and the bond of oneness among them through her life narratives. She presents the memory of going with the women along the mountains and valleys to reach the market at Ratnagiri. These memories throw light on the essence of Dalit women's life, her culture, thoughts, and so on. These Mahar women would carry heavy loads on their way to market, including bundles of wool, ripe and raw mangoes in seasons, and large sacks of grass. They leave their homes early in the morning, leave their children alone at home, promising them they could bring some food or fish in the evening. On the way back home, each woman inquires about each other's well-being, about their children, discuss about their daily life, their alcoholic husbands, so on and so forth. When wind blows widely, they huddle together and pray for their children at home. While climbing down the hills, they resume their gossip, help each other through difficult paths, give advice to young mothers, and assure young mothers that they need not worry about their children at home. Somebody in the neighborhood would have fed them. And she recalls memories about elderly women in a community and says that the rhythm, the smell, and the sounds of their life brings her happiness because she finds solace and the sense of oneness in the company of women of a community. Even though marginalized at home and in society, there is a unity among Dalit women and a space of exploration and sharing of all kinds of hardship and ethos. In the middle of all the hardship and dangerous circumstances, Dalit women enjoy the support of other women of a community, which guides them to move forward. In her autobiography, Pawar also mentions the support she receives her mother. Her mother wanted her children to be educated and do well in the life, and she wanted them to prosper. And she, being a widow, she had a lot of responsibility towards her home and her children. So Pava recollects an incident of her childhood when her teacher, Guruji, often chose her to clean the classroom filled with dung. Once it so happened that he ordered her to clean the room, but it was not her turn. And when she refused to do it, he slaps her on the cheek, and she goes home with a swollen cheek. Her mother could not stand this, and she bravely reacted to this act. She intercepted the master on his way and threatened him to face consequence if he did not do this if he did this for the second time to his daughter. She also experienced the same kind of oneness from her mother-in-law. She was also very supportive to her. After marriage, she went to her mother-in-law's village, and during summer season, wells in their village would dry out, and Maha women had to go to the wells of Marathas to get water. But her mother-in-law never allowed to go because the Mahar women were asked to line up at the wells and beg for water. Her mother-in-law did not want her daughter-in-law to be insulted by others. So we see the bond of love, affection, and respect among female members of her family, and this support gave her the courage to resist patriarchy and caste discrimination. There was a sense of oneness among them. And in order to raise her voice against all discrimination against her and her community, Pawar got involved in many social movements. She read a number of books, started delivering lectures, worked with many publishing houses to reach out to people of her community and let them know that it was time to resist. So we can conclude saying that writing is a weapon for her to fight and resist various discrimination against Dalits, especially Dalit women who are marginalized in social, literary, political, and domestic spheres of life. Dalit narratives are tales of poverty, caste inequality, discrimination, humiliation, and violence faced by women at home and outside in the society. At the same time, they are not passive resistors as well. Their life is a journey towards freedom and dignity, and they fight against the injustice that the society has in store against them. Dalit women's narratives are reflections of the emancipation and their self-assertion. So I conclude my paper with that. Thank you all for your patience and listening. If you have any clarifications or questions, most welcome to ask.
Hello?
Sir? Hello, sir.
Ma'am, please kindly call out. Call upon. Kindly call upon the next candidate, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call P. Tanushree, Assistant Professor of Venkateshwara Arts and Science College, to present the paper.
All, I'm Dhanashekhar from Sri Venkateshwara Arts and Science College. I'm going to present a paper on unrequited love, realism, and fatalistic life in Thomas Hardy's Path from the Madding Town. In this novel, love is the dominant theme, and there are some other themes like unrequited love and fatalism, and also realism. The theme, unrequited love, it exists in most of the romantic relationships in this novel. First, Gabriel Oak's proposal of marriage to Bathsheba is refused by her. When she refuses, she telling him that it is no use and that she doesn't love him. He replies with, he shall do one thing in his life, that he will remember her always, and he shall love her until his death. So in this course, this novel, Gabriel keeps his promise. Despite her refusal, he becomes her shepherd. He returns after she fires him, and he offers her his friendship, advice, and support. This loyalty remains when she is expected to marry Bodo, when she does marry Troy, and when again she might marry Bodo after Troy's presumed death. Gabriel defends her when others speak ill of her, works steadfastly to support her farm and her well-being, and he does so despite her mistreatment of him. His love, unlike the others, is rewarded ultimately. Eventually, Bathsheba returns his love. The final chapter of the novel sees them married. And William Ball's love for Bathsheba is in vain, and its consequences are tragic. His first proposal to Bathsheba is rejected, and he attempts to convince her, and he is by all standards a desirable man. Despite all of the logical reasons to marry him, she refuses him. The narrator informs us that she said in the same breath that it would be ungenerous not to marry Bodo, and that she could not do it to save her life. After Surgeon Troy is thought to be dead, Bodo again pursues Bathsheba. His unrequited love for Bathsheba leads him to obsession and even murder, and subsequently Bodo loses his freedom and nearly loses his life. And Fanny Robin, he experiences unrequited love in this novel. Sergeant Troy has treated her poorly. She is left without resources, poor, alone, and as the reader learns after her death, an unwed mother. Her letter to Gabriel indicates that she expressed that her love will lead to happiness. She writes, all has ended well, and I'm happy to say I'm going to be married to the young man who has courted me for some time. In fact, Fanny expressed to surprise Featherbury by coming there soon as husband and wife. However, there is no wedding. Troy's affection for her does lead him to go after her, to offer her money when he sees her on the road, but by then it is too late. He has carried a curl of her hair with him, and he spends what money he has to purchase a grave marker to Fanny. That stone eventually becomes his marker as well. When Bathsheba has him interred with Fanny, the love between Troy and Bathsheba may not be unrequited, but it is destructive. Fanny's love for Troy leads to her destruction. His after the fact love for her leads to his marital strife and departure. And if we see the theme of marriage, it is also prevalent in this novel. As in many pastoral novels, love and matrimony are central concerns. In this case, marriage is a trap. When Bathsheba receives her first proposal from Gabriel, she knows she shouldn't mind being a bride. She knows that marrying would mean setting many of her legal rights to her husband. So the narrator points out that she was no schemer for marriage, nor was she deliberately a trifler with the affections of men. Her refusals of the proposals from Gabriel and Bolwood and her intent to end her relationship with Surgeon Troy all support this claim. Thomas Hardy, in a fatalist, he's a fatalist, and he, according to him, the destiny is always hostile to mankind. Fate acts according to its own whims in the form of chances, accidents, and coincidences. So Hardy thinks that the expected happy reality, the unexpected happens suddenly. The fate of his characters, especially the hero or the heroine, depends on the working of fate. In this novel, there are a number of events which make the characters to place them in the odd situation from which they have no way to get out. Chance in its purely malevolent aspects enter our life and spoils it, brings trials and tribulations, sorrows and sufferings, pain, agony in its state. So, what's the use of being plaything in hands of the president of the immortals? So Hardy's novel, this novel is also a abandoned field of destiny. The sudden loss of sheep of Gabriel brings a great chance and destruction in the life of Gabriel. It is dog that chased 200 sheep, which were kept aloof from the 50 sheep, which already had given birth to lambs. When Oak came up, he saw the dog standing at the covering point of the hedges, just on the track from where 200 sheep lay dead below in the chalk pit. So he was now totally ruined. Another incident which makes the possibility of having get a place and live with Bathsheba comes purely by an accident in the life of Gabriel. When Oak was taking rest in an inn, after his deplorable plight, he suddenly saw a luster of fire at a distant spot. On reaching the spot, he saw some waste stocks which had been mostly burned. It was difficult to save them, but Oak showed a spirit of adventure in putting out the fire. It was the most important moment in Oak's life because he started to play beside Bathsheba, and ultimately this proved his happiness. The life of Fanny Robin has been harmed by her failure to keep the appointment of marriage. Troy reaches the appointed place in time, but Fanny does not reach the place as she reaches the wrong place. Fate seems to have played a trick on Fanny, and this will lead the tragic death of Fanny. And another another event is the effect of Valentine on Bolwood. When Bathsheba writes a letter to Bolwood, which produces an electric effect on Bolwood. The love letter kindles passion for Bathsheba in the heart of Bolwood. The patient takes the form of volcanic eruption. Nobody could have thought that the serious-minded, gloomy Bolwood would fall in love so wildly and desperate. Bolwood's whole life is ruined by uncontrollable passion. Bathsheba and Troy meet accidentally one night as Troy is returning home after his round of farm. This accidental meeting creates many complications in the novel. Bathsheba falls in love with this handsome soldier. She elopes with him to avoid Bolwood. She marries him, and finally they have to lead a most unhappy life. This marriage brings the ruin of Bathsheba's life. The chance meeting with Fanny and Troy in another event of the novel. One day, when Bathsheba and Troy were riding towards Castle Beach, they met a most wretched woman, which is Fanny Robin. Tori recognizes her, and he promises her to meet her in the next day. Fanny dies, and she was carrying a baby. The dead body was brought to Bathsheba's house, and Troy expresses his grief. The cord between Bathsheba and Troy is now completely broken concerning this incident. He has suddenly disappeared from the scene. It is rumored that he is drowned, Bathsheba is under a spell of sorrow. Boldwood pursues his courtship with Bathsheba with vigor and obtains promise from Bathsheba to marry him. When everything is going well, Troy appears in the scene. Boldwood loses his temper and kills him instantly with a gun. In the later of the novel, Hardy we find that chance and coincidence occur repeatedly. The excessive use of change becomes very mechanical. Therefore, it induces the spirit of realism in this novel. But in Far from Marrying Crowd, the use of chance as a deciding factor, it is not excessive. He do not make the plot unrealistic. They do not create improbable situations. In real life, chances and coincidence are mixed, tragic and pleasant. All chance happenings are tragic in this novel. So we can conclude that in Far from the Marrying Crowd, Harley continuously hints at some external force or forces at work. These forces, according to him, are blind and express themselves through chance happenings. Hardy has used chance and coincidence in this novel to illustrate his theory of immanent will, which is amoral. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Ramamani. Can I start my presentation, sir? I'm an assistant professor.
Ma'am, wait a minute.
Okay, sir. Kindly explain.
நீங்க பேசிட்டு ஆளு
என்ன வேணும்?
Anand sir, Dr. Anand sir.
Amalraj sir, சொல்லுங்க.
Sir,
tell me, sir.
Do I call upon my students, sir? So the
yeah. You can call out your student.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First of all, I'm privileged to my
Amalraj sir, wait a minute. What's your name, ma'am?
Ramamani, sir.
Yeah. Carry on. Amalraj sir, please wait.
Oh, okay,
sir. I regarding modern architecture, so that I present my screen, sir.
You can share, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, is my screen visible?
You can share your screen. Madam, you can.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Share.
Sir, are you able to see my screen, sir?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay,
Your screen is visible.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all gathered here. At the outset, I would like to thank the management and Department of British of Annai Arts and Science College and Dr.KK Forums for giving us a very wonderful opportunity to pursue our research studies. And the title of my paper is Postmodern Arts and Architecture. And this paper, I have discussed about how postmodern architecture and art pieces is the representation of the mindset of the postmodern people. Postmodernism as a movement, it is a movement against the modernist architecture of Le Corbusier and the one we are seeing is Ludwig van Wanderloo. So they are the major proponents of modernist architecture, and this man you are seeing this Le Corbusier is the person who designed our Chandigarh city. Postmodernism is just it is a movement against the architecture and ideas of modernist era. These are all the other buildings built by representation of modernist art of Vanderbilt. And coming to postmodernism, Jean Francois Lyotard and Pierre Rosen, these are the two prominent critics of postmodernism. And Pierre Rosen is an American. He is known for his optimistic approach towards postmodernism, whereas the rest of the critics and other proponents somewhat pessimistically describe postmodernism, but he is the only person known for his optimistic views of postmodernism. And this man, he is very much alive. Frederick Jameson, his lectures are available online. His work, Postmodernism and the Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, is representative work of essay of postmodern art. And in this he compared the mindset of modernist art and postmodernist art. That is, we consider art pieces. The middle class seeing a modernist artwork, it is a show of a present. Present show is a modernist work. It is flanked by the two set of diamond dust shoes, which are the representation of postmodern art. We are living in a world where we cannot imagine even a pearl's thread. But here, the diamond dust are used in chakras. Postmodernism lays its criticism that the consumerist attitude of public objects are commodified, art is commodified, and they are using parody, pastiche when it comes to literature, writing, temporal distortion, fragmentation to lay their criticism upon the society. And now my paper then discuss about the architecture, postmodern architecture. So far we have seen the modernist architecture. Now the paper enters into the postmodern architecture. This is this building, Westin Bonaventure building. You can see how commercially built it is. This building is built in an elevated platform, and entry into this building, these are all the real buildings available. We can enter, but this building denies entry. Only certain people can enter into that building. The glass walls, on the one hand, it is transparent, but on the other hand, it denies the entry to the public. So we are given permission, and meanwhile we are denied entry. So the duality is represented in the modern building, and this is the another part of the building of this Westin Bonaventure. When a visitor enters into this building, he cannot locate himself in this mappable world. We will get the mean of confusion entered into his mind, which part of the building he is in. He cannot locate himself in the building. So in this world also, we humans are unable to locate ourselves. So that kind of attitude is represented through these buildings. And another one is Walden 7. It is a building architecture. It is a combination of 18 such blocks which are interconnected, which, unlike the earlier one, that is commercial one, this is domestic residential area, but people in this building, they cannot locate themselves. This is a kind of a net and meshy kind of building. These are all used. This picture is another part of an angle of that same Walden 7 building. This is also. So these buildings tell us that we are in a world which is so much bound in confusion. And this is a typical example of pastiche, how postmodernists use pastiche as a tool to represent the mind of the people. Pastiche is nothing but the collage art we do. It is some typical, similar to our collage art. Here, in the front facade of this building, presence of the masses, it is surrealistic. But we enter into that building, it represents the grotesque aspects in the concrete forms. So it is a pastiche, it is a mixture of old and new. And now the later part of my paper enters into the feminist representation of women in postmodern arts. Mary Kelly is one of the prominent proponent of postmodern art. Her work post-production document. His artwork is made as post-production document, but expresses the trauma or the agony a woman undergoes in post-maternity period. A woman after her delivering her baby, after giving birth to her baby, she cannot, she won't have a proper sleep or the food she eats. So those kinds of agony is represented through this art. Unlike the other artist, she doesn't use a canvas. Instead, she uses the diaper of cleaned diaper of the baby. You can see the stain of the poop of the baby in the art form. So these are all the things she lays a crack on the chauvinistic society. And another one is the parody of modernist art. On the left of the presentation, you can see Millennial and a bicycle ring presented by a modernist architect or modernist artist, Michel Duchamp, which is parodied by Hoover by presenting a machine, convertible machine, that is cleaning machine. This is a commodity. This is a consumerist product. The right one we are seeing, the cleaning machine, is a consumerist object. It is presented in a glass case as if it is an art piece. He is just parodying that, taking things, common things, giving common things as art piece. That is parody in this art. Another one discussed in this paper is Fool's House is the postmodern work. To the left is the Dutch painting of oil painting of the 16th century. Here, this author Jasper John parodies the oil paintings, meticulously painted artworks of the Renaissance era. But he doesn't paint the blue here. Whereas the Dutch painters painted the blue, you can see that. But this writer, this artist, Jasper John, doesn't paint anything, but instead he hung the real blue in it. So it is the parody of the another form. And the next one is Sainsbury Bing. This is very much visible. The picture speaks for itself, that it is a combination of world, and you can see the windows were glass made, and they are representing the modern era, and the iron bars are the representation of the old bygone ages. And the next one, the next three slides are very important because this building, which is very much in deep, I think that why it is very important. It doesn't have anything in it, but Michel Asher, I display this entity who tells the viewers that the museum has a great authority over artists and art pieces. Whatever the museum decides, that piece only be displayed in the art museum. The artist cannot has any right over to display that. So he present that idea. He just hired the room and he displayed nothing in that room. He just sandblasted the wall in order to enable the visitors to see the administrative office of the museum, so that they will be able to understand that there is something behind the wall which operates the museum. And this is another, the following two slides contain the video presentations or video art or performing arts. The first one is Faith Guidance, Waiting. The name of the art piece is Waiting. It is a performing art. Unless the other previous art forms, there won't be any architecture, there won't be any picture, there won't be any art paintings, but it is a performing art where a woman sits in a chair and performs something, and the others listen. Here, this woman recites a list of events what a woman waits for right from her home to tell her thing. It is very much moving one. It's available online. You can see that. If you have that, this is just 3 minutes video, but it has a very big impact in our mind. And the next following one is Martha Rosless, Semiotics of Kitchen. This is also a parody of domesticating women or keeping women, confining women in the kitchen. In this video, this is a video, recorded video, and it floated online. In this video, a woman demonstrates the cutleries and the potteries of the kitchen. She says that this is the knife, this is the fork, this is the rolling pin. But it raises a lot of criticism and debate. Does it there any artistic mind? Is there any aestheticism? But is a woman just simply standing there and telling this is food, this is my plan? Is an art in that? Actually, postmoderns lay a parody, a criticism, and attack by presenting this demonstration as an art. You are confining a woman who is full of artistic ideas in the kitchen. So that is it is considered as a parody. And it is Julie Chicago's dinner party. It is a huge dining table which has 39 plates full of artworks. There is no eatable in it. 39 plates, and every plate represents a historical woman or some mythological woman, and not through her face, but it is written to say that they are represented through their genitals. This is saying that a woman is objectified. She is not known for her other identities, but clearly by a figure is modified. So that is an attack. Julie Chicago's dinner party. And this is another artwork which criticizes or parodies the Renaissance artwork. And this one is the last slide of mine. This talks about Emperor Kruger's artworks. The first one is a bust of classical woman. Actually, Barbara Kruger is known for her photo work. She takes a picture and she cuts phrases from magazines. I, we, you, they, you, are, all the words. She cuts from the magazines and she pasted it on the photo and she photographed that photo bunch and she presented it as an art. The first one is the face. Your face fits the side of my face. If this is an attempt made by a woman to a man, the male view of a woman or how a man views a woman is attacked in this first one. The second one is much debated one. You are all familiar of this phrase. Actually, it is an allusion to René Descartes' phrase. I think, therefore I am. But here, Barbara Kruger used that phrase and she modified it. I shop, therefore I am. Human beings are defined by their thinking. Thinking is the definition of man. But that is what Descartes says. But here, as far as we are good enough to shop so many things, we are given respect. Our neighbors consider not by the way we think, by the things we possess. So the consumerist attitude is criticized here. And the next one is, buy me, I will change your life. That is the slogan presented in the picture, but this is uttered by the dolls presented in that. So when we enter into a shopping complex, sometimes we buy things which is unnecessary to us. Essentially, we do not need certain things, but we tend to buy that thing. We are moved to buy those things. So that consumerism, that habit to purchase things, though we do not need, that is criticized in this paper. And all these arts of postmodernism is the replica of the mindset of the contemporary era. That is what all I discussed in my paper. So that is the end of my presentation, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there any questions, ma'am?
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next session, we have the chief guest. Saira, ma'am. We'll introduce the chief guest.
Hello, everyone. Am I visible and audible?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Greetings from Greece.
For today, for this section, we have Mrs. Vasilko Evangelia as our chief guest. She has completed Certificate of Proficiency in English from Cambridge University. She has completed so many courses from various universities. She has also participated in more than 10 workshops and webinars. She has received so many certificates of appreciation on social service. She has got 23 years of experience as English teacher, instructor, and educational consultant. She has received so many awards for her achievements. At present, she is working as academic English instructor at Metropolitan College. Ma'am, we welcome you to continue the session, ma'am.
Okay, allow me to share my screen to put in presentation mode. Somebody else is sharing, so it doesn't allow me to share my screen.
Okay.
Somebody else is sharing, so it's not allowing
Yes.
me to share my
Okay.
screen.
No, okay. Yeah.
Good. Is my screen visible? Is everything okay? Shall I start? Could I have a response?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. Yes,
so,
ma'am.
thank you very much.
You are audible,
So,
ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. You can proceed. This is Dr. Anandan.
all right. I would like to start with the major question about good and evil. How does the good prevail over evil? And how does man can become moral? Literature influences us. According to Nargis Khan 2014, the fictional lives and the fantasies of literature have really influenced us from time unmemorable and still keep influencing our life and moral sense. Today's educators and critics have increased the wide range of creativity and dimensions of literary work from the basic level of learning. All the modern educators are implementing literature in a multidimensional approach in order to improve society, to ameliorate the behavior development and any kind of problem-solving skills to foster and promote the right attitude in order to face all the social situations. We are in an era that the pursuit of the moral man in an immoral society is of the utmost importance. Through literature, there is transferability of moral awareness, and there is no doubt that the present global society is facing a lot of crises, mainly a humanitarian crisis. In order to achieve human unity, we can go back and recognize all the human values such as truth, love, respect, forgiveness, kindness, dignity. It is the human values which are the keys to solving all our global problems. Literature, according to Khan 2014, makes us more human because we can engage in a dialogue with itself, and it helps in growth of empathy and moral imagination. For example, the 18th century literary works gave emphasis on sentiments and emotional side of human beings, celebrate sensitivity that is relevant to realities, emotions, all the mood states that are around us, which in turn can shape and affect our own feelings and responses. This kind of sensitivity growth in turn indicates a high level of moral imagination. So the role of literature in moral education is inspired from our life actions to correct our life actions. Another key concept that we should bring and we should have in mind is didacticism, because didacticism is a philosophy that emphasizes not only the informative, but also the instructional qualities that exist in literature, and not only literature, actually in art and design. So mainly it is an emerging conceptual framework and approach. This is just a screenshot from the main values that can be promoted through literature. I'm not going to delve deeply into all the sub areas of values. I'm just going to name the basic ones. Values like kind-heartedness, self-reliance, humility, mutual respect, love, justice, freedom, courage, cleanliness of body and mind, clarity of mind, honesty, integrity, diligence, cooperation, moderation, gratitude, rationality, and public spiritedness. All these can be promoted through literature. My presentation today is going to focus on the literary genre of the prose poetry. Not only prose poetry, but also poetry, but mainly the prose poetry. And I refer to prose poetry because it is written in prose form instead of verse form, but it preserves all the poetic qualities and the imagery and the mental images and all the emotional impact that poetry entails. I'm going to analyze the desiderata prose poem by Max Ehrmann, which is very popular, and it is a didactic poem. Before I do this, I would like to say a few things about values that can be inculcated through poetry. According to Anupama et al. 2017, poetry is one of the most powerful instructional tools, and it can be studied at any age, and it is a very universal vehicle of the human expression. It is a worthy expression of emotion, of all the deep feelings, human feelings, and aesthetics. And it is very beautiful because it depicts the world. It's a mirror of the world. The poetry helps to understand all the universal truths and all the cultural differences that may exist between people around the world. Throughout history, poetry has been made to deal with subject matters, to include global social issues like war, love, the beauty of nature, and the love of God. Poetry has been designed to invoke experiences and emphasize all the role of senses, helps us to remember memories and feelings, and it is an excellent tool for bringing into our classrooms, into the curricula, academic curricula as well, in order to foster creativity and also to expose the aesthetically boundaries of language. Poetry really encourages students to develop empathy, very important nowadays, and understanding for the complexities of the world. Poetry should have a pivotal role in our lives, not only because it gives us pleasure reading it, but because of its competency to really awaken all our senses and connect us with our inner self, with others, interpersonal dimensions, in order to have a life that is harmonious. The summary of this prose poem, the Desiderata, which means desired things in Latin, is to encapsulate the wisdom. And it is a very optimistic poem because it refers to some timeless truths, to appreciate the life of ours. The beauty of this poem lies in its existentialist perspective, because it really recognizes that suffering is one aspect of life, and that life itself is imperfect. So there is no perfection at all stages of life. However, rather than turning cynical about this, the poem calls for a balanced approach to life, the value of celebrating goodness despite the imperfection, because we live in a wonderful and beautiful world. This is the Desiderata, unabridged. So I'm going to read it slowly in order to get a gist of what this, the beauty of this poem is. And then I'm going to analyze it by its 8 stanzas. Go placidly amid the noise and haste. Remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly. Listen to others, even the dull and the ignorant. They too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexatious to the spirit. If you compare yourself to others, you may become vain or bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career. However humble, it is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery, but let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself, especially do not feign affection. Neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is as perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. But do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe. None less than the trees and the stars, you have a right to be there, to be here. Whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, wherever you conceive him to be, whatever your labors and aspirations. In the noisy confusion of life, keep peace in your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Be cheerful, strive to be happy. So the themes here are love, compassion, human dignity, honesty, humility, optimism. It's a value-based education that it is a necessity because the English literature serves as a reflection and it has a dual purpose. It's not only to acquire the English language, but also to inculcate the value education. Most importantly, literature helps the students to appreciate all the diverse cultures, to foster tolerance, and to experience emotions, as I said before, like love, anger, jealousy, greediness, because these emotions are universal. The analysis of the 8 stanzas, I'm not going to read them again, I'm just showing you now how these that I have just read can be divided into 8 stanzas. Stanza number 1 celebrates the placidity with which one should move amidst and among the noise and the chaos of life. It calls for a peaceful coexistence with our fellow human beings, but without surrendering our self-respect and self-dignity. It is very realistic rather than an idealistic one, because indeed people have their experiences and they may go beyond the domain of the intellect, and human dignity is more than mere mental prowess. Stanza number 2, the poet advises one to avoid loud and boastful people because they might spoil the mental clarity. Nobody should compare himself or herself to others because they'll always be better or worse than us. And this could make invoke feelings of unnecessary pride or uselessly bitterness. A very important piece of advice is provided in the last line of the 2nd stanza, where it says that of enjoying our plans as well as our successes, because success is a journey and it is as significant as the destination. Stanza number 3, career is emphasized and accentuated in this stanza because it provides a person with a certain degree of stability in these critical times that we are experiencing. It also advises one to be careful in this world because it's full of trickery. The poem is peppered with qualifiers like but, like, as far as possible. Why? Because life is a great complexity and it cannot be reduced to absolutism. Stanza number 4 encourages one to be true, especially when it comes to love and affection. The role of love during the hardships of life is one of the few things that can thrive and can be domineering and can be perennial as the grass, even in the face of challenges, hardships, and hopelessness. Stanza number 5, there is a description of the importance of wisdom that comes with old age and needs to be taken at a certain degree with openness and humility. One must be prepared to take all the challenges of life. And the author here uses the alliteration technique, the technique that certain words start with the same letter. Nurture your strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. Once having disciplined yourself in a perfectly healthy manner, then you can be gentle with yourself. Stanza number 6. This stanza entails a great positivity. It's unparalleled because it involves recognizing oneself as a part of the universe, in the same way that the trees and the stars are part of the universe, placing the individual in a great fabric of being, the existence, the mind's eye. The stanza acknowledges that the cosmos is somehow conspiring, uses its synergism to make things happen as they should happen. Stanza number 7 supports that one should be at peace with God, and in order to be at peace with one's soul among this noisy confusion of life. It avoids the narrow confines of religion because it says, wherever you conceive him God to be. Stanza 8, the last one, celebrates perfection within the imperfection. It sounds like a paradox, but this is reality of day-to-day life. In such a world, happiness is not a state, but it's praxising, it's an action, it is an effort and an attitude, a way of thinking and behaving. Perhaps this is why the poem ends with the lines, be cheerful and strive to be happy. So Desiderata is a poem that not only accepts imperfections, but also helps us rise above the imperfections and go the extra mile. It reminds us of the little joys and the beauties, all the values that can coexist in our lives. There are also samples of best didactic poetry. I'm not going to focus on them, just to refer to certain titles that are still viable in the 21st century. For example, Eternity by William Blake, or Advice to a Girl by Sarah Tisdale. One Art by Elizabeth Bishop, or The Virtue by George Herbert. Paradise Lost by John Milton, A Divine Image by William Blake. If by Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. It's full of virtues, full of values, full of morality, full of extreme messages. Now I would like to move on to the visual poetry and bring up another important term that can act as morality booster, and it has to do with the concept of aesthetics and aestheticization. It has to do with creating richer poems, the pattern poetry, which is also called figure poem, shaped verse, or common figuratum. It's a verse in which the typography and the lines are arranged in a very unusual way, configuration, in order to extend this emotional content of the words, in order to ameliorate and enhance the moral messages that are hidden or that they are directly or indirectly portrayed. In order to strengthen the meaning of the words and messages, it takes the shape of the topic. Let's have a look at some contemporary trends and some pattern poetry samples. This is a sample of Nightcap. This is a sample of another pattern poem, Modern Figures, Human Figures, and I'm going to focus on the shape poem. And I'm going to pose a question here. We have just read many poems that are didactic, and they convey these values. But have we ever wondered how more powerful they can become if we really change the shape in modern poetry, contemporary poetry, and we try to visualize the concept of love, the virtue of love each other, and collaborate with each other in a shaped and shared humanity, how more powerful that would become? And the epitome is that literature helps to understand those beyond the visible, the values for the preservation of the cultural heritage, our beliefs, our attitudes for sustainable life, not just a simple life, life that can exist and can be a harmonious life, a eudaimonic life, to help and learn to build bridges from one culture to another, because poetry should show, not only tell. And I would like to end with the words of Seamus Heaney, an Irish poet, that we live now in times of violence and wrongness all over the world, but we are still hunters and gatherers of values. So we should never forget the value of literature. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us a very beautiful description of the poem. How this poem celebrates the lucidity, how it helps us to get success in our journey, how it develops to act victory of love and affection, possibility and perfection. You also gave examples from the contemporary trends. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Shall we move on to the paper presentation session, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Anand, sir. Anand, sir.
So, Amalraj, sir, we can move on to presentation.
Can I call upon my students, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's an honor and pleasure to call upon
Ma'am,
my
excuse me, ma'am. Shall I present now, ma'am?
Now it's time for me to
What's
call
your
out
name?
Mr.
Shankavi, ma'am.
Allow Gopal. Allow Gopal.
Yes, sir.
You can present your paper.
Okay, sir. Great regards to all. I'm going to concentrate on religious identity and the sufferings of the people in Rohingyan's mystery, a fine balance. Since 1975, Rohingyan mystery is an Indian conceived author of Parsi drop lived in Canada. Rohingyan mysteries book reflect interest in the livings of religious identities, sufferings of the people and the state emergency. The religious identities and sufferings of the individuals assisted him with making a feelings of misfortune. He perceives the outcome of religious and custom in the development of human characters. The books A Fine Balance eliminate the diminishing Parsi people group in India, to which history himself has a place and is very educated regarding their ways of life and the sufferings in the individuals. A fine balance centers around the profound structure of presences of human existence. A fine balance is taken okay with breaking down the human sufferings in them, which Rohinton mystery at last gives an space of unlimited unlimited sufferings of the people. Rohinton mystery was brought into the world on 3rd July 1952 in Mumbai. He finished his BA in Mathematics and Economics from St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. In 1975, he moved to Canada and procured a degree in English and Philosophy from the University of Toronto in 1984. He functioned a bookkeeper in a bank for a short time prior to seeking after a full-time vacation as an essayist. He is an individual from the Parsi people group and partially and entirety of his academical works center around the lives of individual from the network. He left to Mumbai at the youthful time of 23. Most of his works are situated in the city, which is reproduced somewhat from the memory and incompletely from creative mind. Globalization encourages into the lower regions of Himalaya, prompting nature. Manak's very misfortune is a misfortune for the Indian working class, whose ethical quality, expectations, and wants he encapsulates. Before his self-restriction, Manak finds out about the demise of his solitary companion. A fine balance focuses on the fear and injury that the conventional everyday person experienced. The destiny of the minimized and the configured who wind up helpless before them, Brahminical and pseudo-common elites forming India is investigated through the horrendous experience of the charmers turned tailors, Aiswar and Om Prakash. Duke is the dad of Aiswar and Narayan sends them to be appreciated as tailors under his companion. Maisri assimilates national politicals with the main plot of his narrative, which is the fate of sublerate and minority in the pre- and post-Indian era. A fine balance provides a scathing indictment on the power of the elite and the moneyed in which the marginalized and the powerless had no role to play. Most of the marginalized succumbed to the pressure. The society presented by Misri is not an idealized society. The lower castes are beaten to, tortured, and killed for trivial reasons. The minorities in India Do not look for scaling the skies or economic up graduation, but for equality, justice, satisfactory based need and coexistence. Thank you, sir.
Truly nice presentation. And hearty congratulations, Mr. Alagobal. Next is the time for me to call upon Mr. Nahur Afrit from Kaji Gartarav Howdia College.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Great regards to all. I am going to concentrate on hybridity and Indian conflict of identity in Shashi Tharoor's novel. The current paper discusses the idea of hybridity and Indian clash of character in the books of Shashi Tharoor, crafted by Tharoor, that incorporates his three most prized books: the Great Indian Novel, Show Business, and Riot. Tharoor's works exhibits the including idea of Indian personality in the substance of post-imperialism. There is a quickly component of this journey for who we truly are. Multiculturalism, just as the hybridization of Indian culture as the outcome of globalization in the entirety of his works in its subject. Investigation of musings and portrayal practically in the entirety of his works. Mr. Tharoor accurately uncovered the legislative issues of personality emergency, multiculturalism, formation of new trans-social structures or hybridization inside the Indian culture and its viability in managing social variety and dissimilarities, watchwords, hybridity, character, emergency, multiculturalism, globalization, social variety, legend. The Indian writing, especially the Indian English literature, is set apart as extremist change as far as portrayal, subject, and plot in the post-colonial period. It now neither incorporates nor consolidates any reddish shade of sentimentalism while depicting India, the fallout of 300 years of British subjugation of a colonized nation, the cankerous sore of segment, just as the issues of the recently procured anatomy doesn't permit the advanced Indian English writers to enjoy any sort of sentimentalism. Rather, it has become a voice to discuss the necessities, wants, desire, assurance, goals, yearnings, victories, and disappointments of the new India with savage and gruffness. After carefully investigating and breaking down Indian social, political strict ways of life, just as its hybridization because of multiculturalism and globalization.
Okay, Afrit. Nice presentation. Nice presentation. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Anand sir. Anand sir. Anand sir.
Hey, wait a minute, sir.
Please call upon the students, sir. Call upon your students.
Okay, sir. Okay. Ma'am will do.
Okay. I request SP Veronica from VIT University, Chennai to present the paper on the title, Need for Dalit Aesthetics. Next, I request SP Veronica, are you there?
Dear presenters, we have to wind up the program before 4 o'clock.
Excuse me, ma'am. Shall I start to present, ma'am?
Yeah. Carry on. You can start. Ma'am, you can start.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Shankavi. I am doing my PhD in Gobi Arts and Science College. The title of my presentation is Cultural Gulf in Ruth Prava Jabbala's Esman in India. So about the author, she was born in Germany and she was a novelist, screenwriter and short story writer. She was educated in London and married to an Indian. So she lived in India for 24 years. She has written 12 novels, 6 volumes of short stories and 23 screenplays. She was awarded the Booker Prize for her novel Heat and Dust and the Tony Award for Best Adapted Screenplays. And her major themes are found in her novels are such, such as social realism, East-West encounter, marriage.
Sangavi ma'am, sorry
Yes,
for the
sir.
disturbance. Only 3 minutes is your time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
So about the novel Esman in India, which is connected with the cultures and values. So it was published in 1957. This novel portrays a disaster relationship in between an Indian wife and an English husband. So it deals. This novel deals about the dilemmas and the characters from the West in the Eastern country. So Esmond Stillwood is a protagonist who was an Englishman. He was married to an Indian girl. So during the early stage, he was admired by the culture and tradition of the East and develops an deep knowledge of the history and traditional poetry of India. So Gulab also is attracted towards Esmond's speeches and marries him against the wishes of her mother. So next is the Esmond takes Gulabs everywhere because he has married from a land he is fond of. So unlike Esmond, who is modernized in every way, he is very traditional. Gulab is very traditional and she dislikes attending cocktail parties. Esmond wants to keep his home well furnished in a European style. He is fond of the European foods and he wants to raise his child in a child in a European way. But Gulab unable to
Ma'am,
adopt that
ma'am,
culture.
just conclude your idea. Conclude your idea.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
So there's a at the end. The Indian wife and the English husband can't able to adopt due to the cultural differences between them. So when two humans with opposite identity come into contact with one another, it leads to cultural clash between them. So Esman and Gulab find that for them it was not a question of understanding each other, but of living together in a environment which is familiar to one and alien to one another. So this novel, what I conclude is, we have to accord a deep respect to all cultures at their core, respect the other's identity. So Jabwala beautifully portrays the problems and conflicts facing people belonging to the eastern and western parts of the world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I request SP Veronica, PhD scholar from VIT University, to present the paper, Need for Dalit Aesthetics. Okay, shall I call other participant? Dr. R. Ramesh Kumar, professor from Chennai Trichy to present the paper on the title Indian Women Culture in Novels of Anita Desai. Okay. Next, I request
my student.
Tirupati, Assistant Professor.
Amana sir, please wait. Tirupati will present now. Tirupati sir.
Assistant Professor from Priest Deemed University, Vallam, to present the paper on the title A study on Yoruba culture, also Ingas the road.
Sir, Tirupati sir, are you there? So Amalraj sir, you can call your student.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
It's an opportunity to me to call upon Mr. Sheikh Barid from Haji Gartarawtar Howdia College. You can present your lecture. You can present your topic.
Time is only 3 minutes. We don't have time. Only 3 minutes. Time is limited.
Okay, sir.
Read in the name of Lord. Great regards to all. I'm going to concentrate narrative techniques in Drawing Instant Mysteries novel. Abstract. This essay deals with the changing concept of diaspora in the context of contemporary Canadian literature in English. The argument involves a revision of the nations of cultural identity as well as a rethinking and even questioning of South Asian features of
Amalraj sir. Amalraj sir, there is up and down.
Paris creator who was considered in Indian yet moved to Canada. Starting there, the innovators of Blueprint Paris Social Space in Indian is record. Introduction. Rohinton Mysteries work seeks the evaluate of mysteries involves the community concentrated existence in Paris, their involvement with the wider nation framework. These novels are concerned with the experience of the Paris in India. Mystery narrates the history of his community and the country it has been post-independence era. This re-narrations of the history a way of depicts consciousness of aesthetics and aspirations. Perils and problems of existing of individual, communal, and national issues. Mystery has, in this sense, successfully exploited some historical point post-independence and endeavored. Sunday entails of Fairzo back with his first novel, such a long journey that mystery foregrounds aspect of national politics and integrates them into the main plot of the narrative. With a Finch balance, he reproduces his concern about the empirical of national politics and the fate of the individual. However, in family matters, because of the more intimate natures of the financial terrains, state politics through the present.
Thank you, Mr. Sheikh Barid. Nice presentation and congratulations. Next,
Sir,
Amalraj
sir, Amalraj sir, wait a minute. My student is going to present.
What, sir?
Please wait.
Okay, sir.
Fahima from second year English.
Now I'd like to call Fahima, second BA English from Annai College of Arts and Science to present her paper on portrayal of social discrimination in Burma's Karku.
Good afternoon to, am I audible, ma'am? Actually?
Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon to one and all gathered here. So I'm here to present my paper on the portrayal of social discrimination in Burma's Karku. So Karku is the autobiography of Tamil writer Bama, also known as Bama Faustina Susai Raj. She's a Tamil Dalit feminist, committed teacher, and a novelist. This particular work chronicles her life from her childhood to her early adult life as a nun and beyond. So Karku is one of the first autobiographies of a Dalit woman written in Tamil. The book was originally written by her in Tamil in 1992 and translated in English in 2000. It was critically acclaimed and won the Crossword Book Award in the very same year. Karku portrays gender and caste discrimination practiced in Christianity and Hinduism in Tamil Nadu. In an interview, Bama said that she writes because she considered it a duty and a responsibility to share her experiences to people. In addition, she also finds the act of writing as cathartic and liberating. For her, writing itself is a political act and a weapon that she used to fight continuously against the dehumanizing caste practice. Karku is an elegy to the community Bama grew up in. She writes of life with all its vibrancy and color, never making it seem like a place defined by a singular caste identity, yet a place that never forgets and is never allowed to forget its caste identity. She writes simultaneously of some of her humorous incidents she remembers from her childhood and games she used to play with her friends, good meals with her family, and as well as the oppression of a community by police, upper caste, and the convent. In this manner, she presents the pervasiveness of caste oppression, how it not only punctuates everyday life but is an integral part of it. Bama's work speaks to this statement as she describes servitude with her family members were bound to the upper caste families they worked for, including the beseeching obedience they had to show them. All the time I went to work for Naikar, I knew I should not touch their goods or chattels. I should never come close to them. I should always stand away from one side. These are their rules. But I often pained and ashamed, but there was nothing that I could do. Adds her experience for her Naikar household in high school. Something hits harder when she says in an interview that Dalit women are exploited thrice on account of caste, class, and gender, which she calls them as triple monster. Her way of expressing pain and loneliness because of discrimination is emotional and connecting. Discrimination is one of the saddest truths that many of women are facing in everyday life. The excellence and power of her narration is in that she leaves the question of how women, particularly Dalit women, will ever live their life as they want to live in this world. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. That's all. Okay.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next, Amalda sir.
Yes, sir.
You call your student.
Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Ponnilas from Haji Gartara Howdia College. Please press the paper.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Great regards to all. I am going to concentrate on post-colonial ecofeminism in Arundhati Roy, the god of small things. The article Frontal Areas, Arundhati Roy's post-colonial ecofeminist viewpoint in her novel, The God of Small Things, in 1997. Roy has gotten perceived as a natural and political lobbyist through her analysis of post-colonial India's maladvancement. Despite the fact that she is skeptical about state-supported improvement extent, her analysis is centered not around the possibility of advancement essentially, but rather on the progression of dualism that legitimizes the abuse of nature by the human, of ladies by men, and of the mistreated by the amazing. The God of Small Things investigates the manner in which such orders work through instruments, for example, patriotic belief system and an obviously level-headed monetary rationale. Roy's investigate of natural misuse is in postcolonial India uncovers the interdependence of biological disintegration and abuse dependent on sexual orientation, class and race. Such abuse, such as an assessment of post-colonial climate issues from an ecofeminist perspective. Wordsworth's post-colonial environmentalism, Arundhati Roy, improvement, post-colonial ecofeminism, various level dualism, entrepreneur, male control society. Post-colonial ecoticisim is in the sense arises as a monetary and environmental reaction to neo-colonial globalization and improvement ventures sponsored by worldwide capital. Worldwide free enterprises, ruthless monetary mastery depends on inconsistent forced relations among created and other nations and enslaved people groups to be object of abuse for the sake of improvement as orientation concerns, and how man-centric entrepreneur advancement plans have served the philosophy of direct supportive of stress. The improvement venture in post-colonial social orders and its effect on minimized ladies and other oppressed individuals suggest an assessment of post-colonial environmental issues from an ecofeminist perspective. The union of post-colonialism with the ecofeminism, what I call post-colonial ecofeminism, is exemplified in Roy's cross examination within post-colonial Indian culture. God of small things keeps the chain of importance of dualism among people, advancement and underdevelopment as broad self-justification for control. Generally, as welcoming into science this dualism.
Okay, nice presentation, Mr. Ponila sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Anand sir.
Yeah, okay, sir, okay. Next,
Anand sir.
I call upon Arabunisha from first B English, Annai College of Arts and Science to present her paper. Arabunisha?
Sir, okay, sir.
Yeah, you can start, ma.
Good afternoon, teachers and my dear friends. Firstly, I would like to thank you for giving opportunity, and it's my pleasure to introduce myself. My name is M. Arabunisha, BA Literature. I am from Annai College of Arts and Science. Today, I am going to talk to you about culture and values. A culture values are its ideas about what is good, right, fair, and just. Conflict theory focuses on how values differ between groups within a culture, while function focuses on the shared values within culture. For example, American sociologist Robert K. Merton suggested that the most important success, power, and prestige, but that everyone does not have an equal opportunity to attain the values. Functional sociologist Talcott Person noted the Americans share the common values of the American work ethic, which encourage hard work. Other sociologists have proposed a common core of American values, including accomplishment, material success, problem solving, reliance on science technology, democracy, charity, freedom, equality, and justice. A culture though may harbor conflicting values. For instance, the value of material success may conflict with the value of charity, or the value of equality may conflict with the value of individualism. Real culture refers to the values and norms that a society actually follows, while ideal culture refers to the values and norms that a society professes to believe. Thank you all. So, thank you, sir.
Nice presentation. Nice presentation.
Next,
thank you, sir.
You can call your students, sir. Amalraj, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Parameswaran from Haji Gardarautar Howdia College.
Sir, only 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, only just 2 minutes only. They have to introduce themselves.
Sir, may I come in, sir?
Yes, you have to wait. You have to wait.
Okay, sir.
Great regard to all. I am going to concentrate on a study on social realism in Rohingya mystery. A fine balance. This paper planned to zero on the structure of human existence in Rohingya mystery. A fine balance. 1995. I wish this true future the unforgiving truth of the concealment. What most struggle on the government as the entire focus life. This paper efficiently set out of the established authorized on caste, sex, and class. I have a standing interest in the utilization of possibility of Rohingya mystery was naturally introduced. The story producer of a fine balance and family matters is more earthy and all the more miserable with the internal life and compositive encounters. This epic hand numerous characters of abused and the uprisers and unchallengeable feature of mystery. A humanism in a fine human, you cannot draw lines and compartment. What's more, decline to move past them at the point when dinner battle for the opportunity and singularity. She really confronted numerous constant. In some cases, you need to utilize your disappointment as venturing stone to progress. Thank you, sir.
Nice presentation. Nice presentation, Mr. Parameswaran. Anand sir. Anand sir.
Amalraj, sir, you can call your student.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Avin Thompson from Haji Gardarautar Howdia College.
Great regards to all. Upamanyu Chatterjee
is a gifted writer in Indian writing English. This paper makes an attempt to contest of conflict in the select novels of Upamanu Chatterjee, English August, and an Indian story is a sequel, and the memories of the welfare, the state, and the last burden sequel to way to go. Weight loss is a single novel strategy portrays the superance lives of people in Calcutta. In the five novels and major characters of novels are suffering from personal life. Strategy main character are facing conflicts, and strategy is character of restless, disinterested in every feel aligned and face to force international conflict and external conflicts are important types of conflicts to literature. International conflicts is the struggle which actually accesses inside the character in internal conflict. The character struggles with decisions he must make or with their own weakness is his personality.
Okay, nice presentation, Mr. Arvind Thompson. Hearty
Next,
congratulations.
Amalraj sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Amalraj sir, thank you. Next, I call Angeline Cyril from Third B English, Annai College of Arts and Science, Kumbakonam.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes. You can proceed.
Culture and Values through English Literature by an Indian author, Ruskin Bond, from the autobiographical book on being an Indian, Exquisite India. Author introduction. Ruskin Bond is an Indian author of British descent. He was born on 19 May.
Angel, wait a minute, ma. You have to conclude your idea. That's all right.
Okay,
there is
sir.
no need of author introduction.
Okay, sir. India gets an exquisite reflection in his story. He respects all religions reflected to the characters of a story that belong to different sectors, culture, and religion. He says that he feels Indian. It was because he was born there and spending his entire life. Diversity in India makes me feel as being proudly Indian. Many of them ask him from where does he hail and when. He replies as India. Ruskin Bond is an red Indian, which means a Native American. What makes a person? History decides a person where he has been his entire life and the way in which he adopted his surrounding. He has quoted that race did not make me one, religion did not make me one, but history did. He says, if you want to know whether I'm Indian or not, I'll move back to my mother's time and prove you that I'm Indian. So he concludes by saying that the mountains of Himachal, the streams of Ganges, the plains of India are not just a natural element, they bind up all together into a beautiful soul with the peace and land of prosperity. His wish to be born again in the India, which is a place united in diversity with the race of the world, religion, culture, might, value, festive, food, and all the histories. He says many of us are happy for leaving India, but he says he longs to stay in equitable India. Ruskin Bond emphasized the values, deeds, and thoughts from the toddlers as they are the future vision. Thank you.
Nice presentation. Anand sir.
Amalraj sir.
Can I call upon my student, sir? Next student.
Yeah, you call me. Call him.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. It's an honor and a privilege to invite my student, Mr. Muhammad Yusuf from Haji Kartarawar Howdia College. Please go ahead.
In the name of Allah, great regards to all. I am going to concentrate on attainment of intellectual in Upamanu Chatterjee, English, August. Abstract. Distance is an inescapable wonder in advanced society. In spite of the material swells and invocation progression, man wrangled to see the reason and importance of his reality. The current man feels rootless and finds himself stand in the unfortunate red. Eastern heroes are intermediate in cutting edge writing. The Indian fiction in English is no special case. Creators like R.K. Narayan, Raja Rao, Kamala Markandeya, Balachandra Rajan, Ruth Pravat Jabala, Anita Desai, Arun Doshi, and Karen Desai have introduced the situation of distant people. Likewise, distance has become the significant topical worry with Upamanu Chatterjee. Chatterjee effectively portrays the attainment learning program in the introduced novel English, August. Rather of the character of Agastya and other Western-oriented intellectual people. created many social issues of advanced India. Watchwords: alienation, disengagement, external emergency, passionate baroness, tension. Koinonia Chatterjee, who presently fills and joint secretary to Government of India on Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board, was brought into the world in 1959 at Patna. He has composed a couple of stories like Assassination of Indira Gandhi before the distribution of curtain, setting novel English August. Koinonia Chatterjee is an infactual pragmatist. Heroes in the book of Chatterjee's are extant educated people or distance the view of listeners' school granted to them, which has brought about the conflict between the Western influence or contemporary roots. His books show how metropolitan thought intellectual could separate from social establishments like marriage and family.
Okay,
Thank you,
Muhammad
sir.
Yusuf.
Thank
Okay,
you, sir.
Muhammad Yusuf. Nice presentation.
Wind up. Okay, next, I call upon Jason from 2nd MA English Literature, Annai College of Art and Science, Kumbakonam. Jason, you have to present only in 2 minutes. You should not
Okay, sir,
extend
I'll
your
try
time.
my best.
Okay.
Okay, sir, I'll try my best. And in between, sorry for my fake accent. Okay, shall I start, sir?
Yeah, you can start.
Sir, okay, sir. So today's my presentation. Today's my presentation is about the reflection of the dark side on England in Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist. When Queen Victoria ascended to the throne, the Industrial Revolution was at its peak. There are so many inventions and developments are there, like post office, telegraph, invention of chloroforms. In getting into science, there are invention of chloroforms and human evolutions by Darwin, etc. But where industrial evolution on one side, on the other side, the poor people who worked for this industrial revolution receives a small amount of money, which they can't buy their fundamental rights. For this injustice, there are so many writers such as the corruption of the England. Sir, in one of them was Charles Dickens. Sir. Sir. Sir, just give me 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. Carry on.
Okay, sir. I getting shiverness, sir. That's why. I getting nervous. That's why.
Nothing to worry. You can proceed. You can proceed here.
Okay. You're saying 2 minutes. That's
Continue.
why.
Continue. Read.
That's why I'm getting nervous. Okay. Okay. In one of the writer was Charles Dickens. Oliver Twist was Charles Dickens' second novel, was the first of the author's work to realistically depict the impoverished London underworld and to illustrate his belief that poverty led to crime. In this, I'm shortly describing the four main parts of
Next, I call Swadhisri from AGS Pillai Arts and Science College, PhD scholar.
Hello.
Hello.
Who is going to present the paper, sir?
Yeah, Swadhisthi, are you there? Okay. Next. Bhagyasri from Government Arts.
Government first grade.
First grade college. And post Behlavi. Right. So Amarraj sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You call your student.
Okay. It's an opportunity to call upon Mr. Prince from Haji Kartaravatar Howdia College. Prince, you can present your paper.
Yes, sir. Great regards to all. I am going to concentrate on narrative technologies in Upmani strategy workers. Abstract. Upmani strategy, born in 1959, is an Indian administrative servant who currently serves as Joint Secretary to Government of India on Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. He is a 1983 batch IAS from Maharashtra CAD. He is published author and best known for his novel English August, also adapted into a film of the same title. His literary taste is so amazing and appreciating that he could write many realist novels with his hard and busy duty of an administrative official. It is another matter that Upmanu Strategy is a novelist of distinguished age. He is by his education and heritage a misfit in the modern world. He had a proud sense of his age. Being an administrative officer, Upmanu Strategy dips deep into root of Indian administrative system. Restrictly, he is preeminently concerned with Arabian wife. Through the place in his novels are the teeny cities and village. But he okay, thank you.
Nice presentation, Mr. Prince. Anand sir. Nice presentation, Prince. Anand sir. Anand sir.
So Amarraj sir.
You have to call upon your students, sir.
Yeah. Wait a minute, sir.
Okay, sir.
I call upon Raghavi from 2nd BA English, Annai College of Arts and Science, Kumbakonam. Raghavi.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. You are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Raghavi, BA English of 2nd year at Annai College of Arts and Science, Kumbakonam. I'm really thanking to my Department of English professors to present me here. And I'm going to be speaking to you about Glory at Light, Indian Culture, written by author Babani Bhattacharya. Babani Bhattacharya, one of the foremost Indian writer of fiction in English, his popular novel Shadow from Ladakh received the Sahitya Academy Award in 1966. His novels were translated into 29 languages, and the present story Glory at Light is taken from the collection Steelhawk and Other Stories. Babani Bhattacharya, staying true to his moral values, writes the story highlighting the social problems of contemporary Indian society in a truthful and honest form. The story begins with Satyajit, who is the protagonist of the story. He is working in a bank. One day he catches hold of a man trying to encash an unsigned check. The check written out to be a forgery and is proved to be Satyajit's ticket to pleasure and luxury in life. He gets promoted owing to his honesty and climbs the ladder of professional success. On another side, he remembers that he has a wedding invitation for Uncle Srinath, youngest doctor, who lived in his Shantipur village. He decided to return to his village, where he still owned a house and fish pond he has in his village. Therefore, he returned to his village, where people still revere him and consider him a big shot millionaire. Satyajit was given a warm welcome by Uncle Srinath, accompanied by a group of people at Shantipur. A small girl put him in a jasmine garden, and Bina washed and wiped his feet as a mark of honor. He sat on a carpet, and he was fanned by Domini and Comini. This warm welcome to Satyajit proves social Indian culture, written by author Babani Bhattacharya. And when the groom arrives, Uncle Srinath asks Satya to lend him money to save his daughter's marriage. He advises his
Raghavi,
uncle.
Enough,
Sir?
ma. Enough,
Okay,
enough.
sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Let's conclude.
Yeah.
Okay, just for momentary fame and glory, as brief as the time of delight, he risked his well-being and safe future of his family. It is indeed a huge host for a major reward. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, I call Mersima from 7B English.
Sir.
Annai Arts and Science to present her paper.
Mersima,
proceed your paper.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. I am Mersima of BA English of second year at Annai College of Arts and Science. I am going to present the paper, The Sacrificial Egg in Chinua Achebe. Chinua Achebe was a Nigerian novelist, poet, professor, and critic. His first novel, Things Fall Apart, 1958, often considered his masterpiece, is the most widely read book in modern African literature. He became fascinated with old religious and traditional African cultures and began writing stories as an university student. He was founding editor of Heineman's African Writers series. In 2007, he was awarded the prestigious Man Booker International Prize for Fiction. The Sacrificial Egg by Chinua Achebe is a story that focuses on the conflict that arises between two cultures. Hence, the theme of the story is the cultural conflict that oppose the African and Western communities. In this story, the writer presents the conflict between an African civilization, known as Igbo and Westernization, that was brought about by the Europeans. The setting of the story is in a very small village called Umuru in the mid-1980s. Julius Obi, although not a native in Umuru, gets himself embracing his own culture, beliefs, and the Western culture alike. Achebe writing focuses on the coexistence of Julius in two worlds, the past and the modern contemporary African setting. Julius is described as a man who works as a clerk, but education made him to be placed above the superstitious stuff. Achebe has used different cultures to describe the class it has on the lives of young men. Thus, Westernization is indicated to take place in the story because the small African village, Umuru, has been taken over by the Western culture. In conclusion, Achebe influenced the reader's perception on the culture conflicts that accuse between different cultures within the perception that the egg in the protector of your life. Furthermore, the entire incident in the story can be viewed as a coincidence clashing with the problem of smallpox. In the context of this story, Julius has tried to run away from his traditional beliefs, but eventually returned back to them. In general, this story indicates how people can forget their origin, their cultures and traditions. Thus, the conflicts that is held by beliefs between various generations is presented and give light to situations such as in this story's sacrificial egg. Thank you, sir.
Amalra, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any students from your side?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
I have a student from my side. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Yusuf Dada from Haji Gartaravatara Howdia College. You can present our topic.
Sir, read in the name of Lord. Great regards to all. I am going to concentrate on the social cultural issue in Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things. Abstract. Arundhati Roy anxiety for the ladies and the climate is to be found in her first novel itself. Women have to place with one of the classes of little things distinctly by Arundhati Roy. Notwithstanding the financial turns of the event, ladies have not accomplished for the tornado situations in the general public. They were kept in subscription and constrained the states of the subsequent sex. The Indian culture depends on the male power and female subjections. Despite of the fact of the lady is committed for his better half mother job, she is treated as the rightful monetary of the sexual properties of her significant others. Indeed, even graduate did not friends and sex equally. The God of Small Things is situation the lady called digital period novel, a kind of the articulations has become an instrument of the account of essayists to speak with the pursuit about the consuming issues identified with the society, government issue, economy, etc. Marian Catford as expressionly the graduate is the pocket. Roy was brought into the world in Shillong. Miguel as India, he is the Bengali Hindu dad and a Kerala Christian mother. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Nice presentation, Yusuf. Sir, Anand sir, Dr. Anand sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can call upon your students.
Right. Next, I call Cherin Sifaya of that be English, Annai College Arts and Science, Kumbakonam.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Shirin Shifaya from 3rd B English, Annai College of Arts and Science. My topic is Culture and Values, China, Akbar's Things Fall Apart. The title for Akbar's novels comes from Butter Eats poem. The second coming, the poem is highly symbolic at its peak of the breakdown of an old order and its displacement by a new order that kicks up mixed feelings of revulsion and fascination. Akbar's novel Things Fall Apart is also about a fabrical break-up and older and settler order. Akbar is not much taken up with the new order. The novelist's displacement presents how things are beginning to fall apart in the Igbo society even before the arrival of the white man. The white culture cannot be blamed of the crime of the destroying the indicates of culture and the Igbo. The Akbar's novel Things Fall Apart envelops twin tragedies. Though the people is Okanko society and a common culture, they did not agree on its various aspects. Several times, the novel tells us about how social customs and values had been falling apart as a result of developments within the society itself. The African societies were not static, and the tradition was not followed by the everyone without opposition. Things Fall Apart is a simple novel, and its language is a simple but dignified. The novel tells how social customs and values had been falling apart as a result of developments within the society itself. Chinua Akbar's American literature doesn't exist. By African literature, I refer not to the body of written and oral text produced, but rather to the category. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sifaya. So, Amalraj sir, is there any students, sir?
That's all, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for your patient listening and interaction with the paper presenters by spending your valuable time with us. We are greatly thankful to you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to call Professor Roja Banu of Annai College of Arts and Science to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, one and all. On behalf of Department of English, I am very thankful to our management, Principal, Dr. S.P. Monica Vasigi ma'am, Vice Principals, Mr. Iranjalian sir, Mr. Raja sir, and IQAC Coordinator, Mrs. Lada ma'am, for giving us the opportunity to organize this international e-conference. I express my sincere thanks to our head of the department, Dr. P. Anandan sir, for organizing this e-conference. I am very grateful to our chief guest, Dr. Isaiah Brito Rafael from Johnson University, Saudi Arabia, for his thought-provoking speech. I am privileged to thank our special chief guest, Dr. B. Ajanda, Assistant Professor of English, Sri S. Ramasamy Naidu Memorial College, Satur, for accepting our invitation and motivating the participants with your valuable address. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my sincere thanks to our resource person, Ms. Aziloka Evangelia, the English Academy of Language Athens, Greece, for her enlightening speech. Thank you, ma'am. I feel proud to thank Dr. Amalraj sir, and also those who took active part with us in the successful completion of this e-conference. Last but not least, I extend my heartfelt thanks to my colleagues and student friends for their full support. And also I thank KK Forum for your full support and your cooperation. Once again, I thank you one and all. Thank you. I feel proud to thank Dr. K. Kaviyarasu from Vivekananda College. Thank you, sir. Once again, I thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, one and all. We can wind up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anand, sir, for this wonderful opportunity.
We can meet.
Very soon we will meet again, sir.
இது எப்படி ஆஃப் பண்ணலாமா மாமா? ஆஃப் பண்ணலாமா? ஆஃப் ஆயிடுச்சு. அவங்க எப்படி ஆஃப் பண்றது?